in the order race direction wanted.
All right. Well, thanks, Nick. Nick, you are absolutely right. You are absolutely right in the fact that they gained a lap by going out of a closed pit and rejoining the back. They gained everything bar a lap, bar a couple of meters, maybe 100 meters in the pit lane, 100 yards in the pit lane. Okay, well, I don't try not to argue with race control. Ultimately, I think what's happened is okay, but the article is 2.10.20 of Appendix H for Code 60, red flag. However, what it sets up is something quite interesting. With 3.5 hours and a bit still to go on a drying track with the cars all on Hankook Racing grooved wet tyres, Marcus Winkelhock is turning up the pace. The BMW is back on the pit lane, Peter, after whatever driveline problems was ailing Robbie Foley. I think that's Robbie who's still in the car. Yes, it is. And they are filling it up at the VP Racing fuel station.
That they are, yes. Robbie Foley, of course, one of the stars of the IMSA WeatherTech Championship. Of course, him and Bill Oberlin, one of the most formidable pairings in that class, and they will continue to be so. Looking at the pace at the front, I mean, Marcus Winkelhock is pulling time out of Alfred Renauer to the tune of 2 or 3 seconds a lap. In fact, there was one lap where either Renauer made a mistake or got caught in traffic where it was 7 or 8 seconds, but on average it's about 2 or 3 per lap at the moment. So Marcus Winkelhock was just able to make the most of this wet tyre on now a really drying track. So we might see Herbert maybe come in, stem the bleeding and put the dry tyres on. They also at that point could well serve their penalty, or theoretically you could come in and serve the penalty and I'm not quite sure how they'll play that one actually, but yes, I think we might see Herbert coming in to get rid of those wet tyres in the not too distant future, because it's not quite going their way at the moment.
It's Peter Mackay, John Hindhaugh in the Global Broadcast Centre here for this Creventic and IMSA collaboration. Sebring International Raceway. Kari Pekka Laaksonen behind the wheel of the third place TCR. Position third in TCE version of the race as well. Remember, GT part and touring car race, the Golf GTI TCR. This is one of the DSG cars, the double clutch. There is a sequential box option for some of the TCR cars, which some of the teams use. They have a slightly different balance of performance in most of the series they run. So the number 112 then, sitting at the moment in third position, crosses the line, goes down towards turn 1. Still looking remarkably intact, that bright green number 112. Just looking at all of the little flicks and bodywork items around that car. Once in a while we see, particularly with the Cupras, we see the boxy wheel arches often break away at the bottom and they sort of flap around like a frustrated penguin. Out comes the 82 BMW, the new GT4 car. Get used to seeing that here in the States. One running next year in GT Daytona Pro in IMSA competition for the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. Expect to see some factory Porsches in there, one Corvette, and we await to see what else will be jumping into that.
It'll be interesting to see what outfits are involved as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but of course, Porsche got a huge choice of teams that may be interested. FAF Motorsport, Wright Motorsports, WeatherTech Racing, of course, who have I tell you what, WeatherTech Racing, what they've achieved this year in the GTLM category for, Cooper McNeil as a silver-rated driver will go down in history as the only silver-graded driver to win in GTLM, and they won twice. In fact, sorry, I tell a lie, 3 times. Sebring, Petit Le Mans, and Road America. And, that category, GTLM, would have been a Corvette parade if it weren't for the McNeil family and that effort. And I think it really brightened the class up this year, John.
Not sure what Cooper will want to do. He's entered the Le Mans 24 Hours in GTD Pro, GT Le Mans, GTE Pro as it's called over there. Working, I suppose, on the idea that he will be staying with Porsche, but he's cycled through a number of the GT cars in the past. He's been testing a GT3 Porsche, but whether he goes into Pro or not, I'm not sure. I suppose it depends what the competition looks like.
I would think he would be eligible to be in the regular GTD, but then potentially have the pace to go for... I think that's going to be the big story as well, is that our GTD regular entry is going to sometimes beat the pro cars. I think that's going to be a fascinating storyline.
And what, if any, difference in specification and sporting regulations will they have? One of the things that the Corvette...
Same.
There was some talk that perhaps the pro cars wouldn't get the ABS, but we know that Corvette have been testing a GT3 style ABS system, raced with it at Belle Isle in competition, although they were an invitation class, but they were testing some of their operating systems for next year, unbeknownst to everybody. How Corvette is that? There was some thought that there might be a different tyre. That's something that Corvette are going to have to get used to. They've been used to the proprietary confidential tyres and a number of different options in GT Le Mans, as have BMW with their works cars. It will be the customer tyre, which I think was the S9M this year. I'm absolutely doing that from memory, so if I've got that nomenclature wrong, I apologise to my friends at Michelin. But everybody will be running on the same Michelin tyre. So there are a few questions still to be answered in terms of how that will look and how it will work, and whether there's drive time, what the drive time's going to be, and fuel, regs, etc., and the balance of performance between those two classes. But in some respects, it's not that different, Peter, than what we've seen in the World Endurance Championship. The cars for a while now have been roughly the same spec. There's a tiny little bit of difference in the balance of performance sometimes between Pro and AM in GT Le Mans, and when the Pro drivers are in, they go as quick as the Pro drivers that are in the Pro class, and that's the kind of interest that you're talking about, isn't it?
Yes, exactly. I think it's also a great opportunity. I think for me, the GTD class, every car in the class mechanically has to be the same, pro regardless, and then the class is defined by the category of driver. Because the reason why I say that is because then you've got great opportunity for young drivers coming through to, usually, they might be well-funded young drivers or whatever, but if you've got young drivers coming through who can get these results and can put in these eye-catching performances, they can only do that if they're in the same car as the pros. Otherwise, you can't benchmark it. I think that benchmarking is very, very important, and I think that gives think about if you're in the GTD regular category and you're funding an operation, you want to at least know that you've got a chance, if you have a perfect race, that you could get up there and mix it with the pro cars. I think that's a tantalising prospect for team and for fans. Oh, get on there. 438, John Miller, ST Racing, BMW, slipping and sliding that BMW around with aplomb. Beautiful driving. Yeah,
he's... They are now starting to wear out the tyres, and the tread blocks will be moving around. It cannot be long before people start coming back in. We haven't done, and all of a sudden it started raining again. It started raining on the far side of the circuit out by Cunningham Corner. Nick Damon is in the pit lane. You've got another shout, and you have got cars in the pit lane.
Yeah.
Now, what tyres are they putting on? Nick Damon can tell us.
Well, there's two cars that came in. They're both Porsches. They're different. One's a K and one's a 911. One's a 907 Cron Racing. One's a 470. That, of course, is the Nola Racing out of second. And they are putting on big, fat, broad slicks. But however, John, there is absolutely no precipitation in the pit lane. Just this lovely warm wind. The Nola Sport team are very pleased with their change. I'm not sure what they're going to feel about dropping down to second, I must admit. But I'll see if I can grab a word. Alex has been basically monopolising this show. If he takes his helmet off, I'll grab a quick word with him and see what he feels about that stint, because obviously it was a bit of a difficult one. Just waiting to go get the gloves off first. This is the problem, you see, these days, with all the extra safety equipment, it takes ages for a driver to get ready to chat. Nightmare. I see the smile through the helmet. Very, very good stop for that team, and Alex Mayer is out of the car waiting to speak to Nick Damon. Lost the lead on the restart to the Aston Martin, but he's kept the car on the island, Nick. Alex, that looked quite tricky, and unfortunately right at the beginning the Aston Martin sneaked past you.
Yeah, they did. They have a lot more power than we do. So does the BMW. So on the start it kind of dogged a little bit, but I was able to track down the BMW and get by him, even though he is a lap down to us. But now our guys got to go after that Aston Martin for the win.
So did you stop for fuel, did you stop for your driver, or did you stop for the tyres being worn out? What was the reason to stop right now?
Pretty much all three. The tires are starting to get worn out. There's a dry line coming, so we decided to go with the slicks, and hopefully they work and get hot, and this rain stays away now.
You say there's a dry line coming. Is there actually one you can run the whole way through, or are there bits of sketchy bits around the back of the track?
16 is definitely a little sketchy. It's still a little wet. There's some puddles there. But most of the track, I can run the dry line with the wet tires.
Great stuff. Well done, mate. Thank you.
Smiley, happy person. And Nick Damon down the pit lane. Alex Mayer.
Who's been a song about him.
he's very, very personable, isn't he? And clearly enjoying himself. I love that. Don't forget, we're still waiting for the leader to come in the pits. A 120-second penalty for the number 91 Porsche for blowing the pit exit signal. So this is by no means over at the moment. The leader is just coming up to turn 10 now. The second place car, and don't forget they were nearly together just after the restart, going through turn 16. So it's half a lap now that Winkelhock has pulled out over Alfred Renard. And if I wait just until it comes around turn 17 and 17A, I'll give you the actual gap that are between those two cars. On the lead lap, here comes the 18 under the bridge at 17, turn 17 now at Sunset. Winkelhock drift out to the blue and white banded tyres as the BMW number 82 takes the first corner, and the gap is 1:37.3, so just under 100 seconds, and a 120-second stationary penalty to be served in the penalty box for the leader. Rob Chalmers offering tactical advice to Herbert. Come in now, take the 120, watch what everyone does with the weather and make a choice with that knowledge. It's not bad tactically, I think that. I think what you want to do is stay out as long as possible on these wet weather tyres to try and crunch the back of the race down. If you can get to somewhere near, get another 20 minutes or so, get somewhere near 3 hours to go, then you've only got 2 more stops, haven't you? In the pits now, the leading 991 Cup car, the 955, the number 955 Wheelie Motorsport by Ebby Motors Porsche. From third overall, Nick Damon. This has been a great run from the Porsche Carrera Cup car.
Yeah, it's a great. I think it's beyond their wildest dreams, to be honest. They have just put in a faultless run where many of the theoretically faster cars around them have been faulted. They've done a service, driver change and tyres. Just ahead of them, the 423, the Heart of Racing Aston Martin, is also pulled in for a full service. In an update to my statement about 5 minutes ago, there's now a bit of rain in the wind coming towards me, so it stopped being super dry with a little bit of precipitation. So this is the dodging about that's going to be done, I think, for the rest of the day. From where the weather's coming from, if you go to the left, it looks terrible. If you go to the right, it looks okay. So I think we're really going to be tossing up whether we're going to miss more bad weather or not, because it's
slicks or wets on the Aston.
Everyone's gone slick so far. It is the only thing to choose now.
Right.
You have to come in for fuel or driver, you go slicks, because it's a dry line. And this amount of precipitation is going to do nothing because the cars will burn it off. It's whether we get another shower. And looking at the weather, there's every possibility of a Spa situation where half the track's soaking wet and half the track's dry.
It's Nick Damon watching that Hartner Racing stop. So the question will be, where's the Nola car? The Nola Sport car's dropped down into third, but has done the corresponding pit stop. So we're also watching John Miller for 438. The BMW from ST Racing just coming through turn 16 now, and this might get that 438 back on the lead lap in GT4 here. Got the leader ahead of him. He's coming into the final corner, and what was the other car I was going to look for there? That would be the Nola Sport 470. That car is through Big Bend and heading down to turn 7. So this is going to be quite tight when these cars come out of the pit again, because it was, Peter Mackay, a very, very efficient stop indeed by the Nola Sport Porsche team.
Yes, Nola Sport number 470, 3 minutes and 57 seconds in the pit lane in total. I'm just waiting for to see what Heart of Racing are, to see if they've gained or lost time.
They're in fuel now.
Okay, so it shouldn't be too long then. Now we do have a driver we haven't seen much of throughout the race. The number 82 BMW M4, James Clay, the 48-year-old from Blacksburg, Virginia, the owner of Bimber World, the BMW performance parts business. Been racing a long time, and I would think this is maybe like the world's best test drive. Saying, how many would you like, Mr. Clay?
Well, it's really important, isn't it, that that these cars work not just for factory drivers but also for customers, and this is exactly what Audi have done with their new Evo 2 version of the R8. They have, and Mercedes before them, AMG before them, they have allowed their customers to get involved in the final decision making before the cars are signed off and homologated. Nick Damon, another weather update with what looks like the wind getting up and changing around.
Dry, I don't think it was spitting. Now it's coming down relatively hard, to be honest. And I've gotten with Alex Ribeiro, who just got out of the Harder Racing Aston Martin. Alex, you just come in, you put slicks on, that might be an error.
It might not. That's the beautiful part of racing. We have to gamble, and it is raining right now. From my perspective, I felt like it was just this little drizzle that is not enough for the wet tires, but everything could change, and that's the decision we made. We're gonna go for it, and I think I'm very happy with how the car is behaving, so let's see what we can do.
And raced the restart, you got past the Nola car into class lead.
Yes, yeah, I mean, it was just so much fun out there in the restart because the track was still a bit wet, so it was all about like just sliding around and just playing with the car. It's my first race with this car, and it's so much fun to drive, so I was enjoying myself a lot.
Is this your first Creventic race as well?
It's not. No, I did Dubai a couple times, so yeah, very happy.
So only a few hours to go. Will you be getting back in the car, or is that you finished now?
No, I think I'm gonna get back in the car. Not sure exactly where, since we have to, calculate everything. But at the moment, I think I'm gonna go for the end.
Thanks, well, mate. Thanks a lot. Thanks very much for Heart of Racing. And yeah, this is the sort of rain that is going to keep the track wet. So if you're on wets and it's like this all the way around, which of course I don't know, then
Yeah.
you're fine, because it's going to be just about enough to keep them in condition. And the ones, the ones that have come off the cars so far have not been routed. They've not been, massively overdone. They were kind of like still, all right. It was just because it was drying out. They've made tactical decisions based on the fuel strategy and obviously their driver strategy. So if you're on wet and you've got fuel, like our leader, just stay out.
It's Nick Damon offering his tactical perspective to the teams in the pit lane. It is the Hankook 24 Hours of Sebring final major international event for the Radio Show Limited network of channels to cover this year, but plans already afoot for 2022. The row before the Rolex 24 consecutive weekends, of course, up the coast at Daytona International Speedway, World Centre of Racing. That is the second to last and last weekend of January. Before that, Dubai and the 24 hours there, which is a week later than normal. It's normally the second weekend in January. It's a little further back this year. I think it's the 14th. I should have looked that up. Normally the weekend straight after the New Year celebrations, but with a fair wind. So 13, 14 and 15 is what I'm being told by Nick. It is effectively it is the first it can be for given the holy days in that part of the world.
The following week as well.
And there's an Abu Dhabi race the following weekend as well, although we haven't confirmed anything for that in terms of coverage yet. But we'll keep you in touch, and if you want more details, go on to 24H Series. And all of the calendar for 2022 is already posted up there. Been a competitive season this year, and congratulations to all of the team at Creventic for, well, frankly, being lighter on their feet than a flyweight, because they have bobbed and weaved so much this year, swapping from circuit to circuit, sometimes country to country, to keep the racing going, and the teams have had to respond to that. But I think, speaking to the teams, they've been very appreciative of the fact that Creventic, one of a number of series who've adapted and changed, made late deals to keep the business of motor racing in business, and I mean that exactly how it sounds. Racing cars are not making teams money if they are not racing, particularly in this form of racing. It is very slippery out at turn 10. It's Cunningham Corner. The Ligier just going around there and finding it a little bit difficult. Also, Kari Paki Larkson in the Autorama Motorsport VW Golf. He's putting rather more work into the steering wheel of a front-wheel drive car than I'd expected to see going through turn 16, but gets a chance to have a little rest down the Alec Ullman straight. If you are just joining us, just over 3 hours to go, 3 hours and 13 minutes. The former Hendricks Field, Sebring International Raceway, Hankook 24H Series. And Peter, this is really interesting at the front of the field. Renard and Winkelhock out there duking it out. You're keeping an eye on the lap times, I know. It would appear to me that Winkelhock is just closing back down gently on the leader. Turn 16 and down the back straight for the Audi, and the 91 is still not yet at turn 10, which is where they were when I spoke to them the last time around. So he's almost gained the full length of the Ullman straight since the last time I was looking at them on the tracker.
Yeah, and in a time perspective, it's 90 seconds is the gap from the 91 Herberth Porsche leading, driven by Alfred Renauer, Marcus Winkelhock, 90 seconds back in the 18 Audi, both doing an absolutely super job on what must be quite past their best Hankook wet tyres. But again, we've said it once, we'll say it again. You know, the cynical amongst the viewers or listeners might think that we're saying this simply because Hankook are the series sponsors, but we call it as we see it. Most wet tyres in this situation would be ripping to pieces and would have punctures galore, and that's just not happening. I mean, Marcus Winkelhock is driving the wheels off this Audi at the moment, and it's not the optimum conditions at all for a wet tyre. But, you know, Marcus is having to make the best of it. And these tyres are hanging on so well, lasting by 2 minutes 16, 3 seconds quicker than the Herberth car. Bravo, Hankook. Really impressive stuff.
Quick update on GT4, Peter. We thought that was a very good stop. You mentioned it by Nola. And that would seem to be the case, because on the exchange through the pit stops, they are back in the lead, but only by 1.4 seconds. Zach Anderson has Roman De Angelis right in his wheel tracks. The bright yellowy green Nola Sport 718 Cayman from the dark coloured Aston Martin, the 423. They are... Where are they on the circuit? 20 seconds gained in the pits. They're just going through Big Bend, and down towards the hairpin at turn 7. Oof, big moment there for the leader up on the curb. Check that for the second place car. Up on the curb, coming through Jean de Bian bends. He was trying to get by the number 1, Emil Heyerdahl, driven Autorama TCR. That was nearly a very, very big accident. But Winkelhock, still with the wiper on intermittent, is on the back straight. 9 minutes away from moving into the last 3 hours and the last eighth of the race this afternoon and into the early evening. We have to finish at 5 o'clock Central, it's 5 o'clock here in Central Florida, which of course is on the Eastern time zone. Cross the line for Winkelhock. Down to 1:24.4. So time being gauged. It's not so long ago that we were talking about that being over 100 seconds. And now it's down to 85 seconds.
And of
so
course,
Winkelhock on a charge.
And of course, Herberth have got 120 seconds of penalty to serve at their next stop as well. We can't forget that. So this is a really pivotal point of the race here at the front. And yeah, that was but it just shows you just one little. It doesn't even have to be a blip in concentration. One little stumble in traffic and it's game over, and that was nearly what happened there. And we saw a little bit of a wave. I couldn't really tell if it was a friendly wave or otherwise from Marcus Winkelhock to the Golf TCI car, but it might have even been an apologetic wave, possibly. Not sure, but there was a form of hand communication between the two cars.
Also, just coming out the pits after service, Jeff Courtney is behind the wheel of MRS GT Racing's 992 Cup car. That's second in GTX and 14th overall. And let's head to Nick Damon for some more news from the pit lane here at Sebring. Nick, what do you have?
Well, it's sort of busy-ish. We've got the number 1 Autorama car in. They are doing a full serve. I think they're doing quite a bit of work on the front left as well. I'm not sure whether they're doing a brake pad, actually, on that front left side. I think they are. They're doing brakes. The Vortex has come in after a long period of inspection on the driver's side. I've got the 188 car right down at the far pit lane. That's a TCR leader, the AC Motorsport car, the Audi. To my right, I have Daniel Alleman suited and booted and thinking about going into the leading currently Precourt car, obviously before you take away the penalty. And the biggest problem they've got, I think, is they're kind of not knowing what to do tyre-wise, because it's raining really lightly, and it's the kind of point where if it carries on like this, you're probably going to go slicks, but you're constantly worried that suddenly you're going to get what happened earlier and it just goes and you get a shower. Because the thing about the shower we got earlier, the really heavy one, the first heavy one, sorry, we'll be back early, it's more about 8 o'clock. was there was no warning. The sky looked the same, but suddenly it was producing 6 times more rain. And with an already wet track, that will take it back over into wet. But at the moment, I think a lot of the holding off, certainly for the Herberth team, is because they just can't quite work out what tyres to go for. But still, I think it's more on the side. Yeah, it's still slicks, I think, if you can get with a tricky first lap.
Cars taking fuel include Stefan Perrin in the number 188 Audi. That's the AC Motorsport car, which still looks fairly pristine, to be honest. Nick was talking about, think about your colour schemes when you're racing cars in filthy weather. Well, the purple, white and black actually still looks pretty good. Also in there, the number 1 Autorama VW. Emil Heyerdahl brought that car in from 3rd. And the 701 Sebastian Lejeune for the Vortex, 3rd in GTX, as we come up to 5 minutes before 2. Just over 3 hours to go. What will that bring?
Lead change in GT4 again. The Heart of Racing Aston goes back to the front then. Roman De Angelis going past Zach Anderson. So De Angelis showing his speed at the moment, about 4 seconds a lap quicker is the young Canadian. What a year he is having.
Well, he could easily have won the Porsche GT3 Cup Challenge a couple of years ago. Brilliant run from the young man. He's also been picked up and been racing in for Heart of Racing in IMSA competition. Very accomplished young driver, and he is building quite a substantial amount of experience, to be honest, Peter. We see him a lot over here in the States, and we're used to talking to him about him on IMSA Radio. He won the GT3 Cup Challenge, the forerunner to what we have here now as the Carrera Cup USA, presented by Visit Cayman Islands. That was in 19. In 18 he was second in that. He was also second in the GT Cup Challenge Canada. He was third the year before in the USA in the gold category and stepped up into that platinum category, and he won in 2017 in Canada in the gold category. So looked at for a while as a bit of a Porsche specialist, came up through Formula Ford Super Series, went down to Bathurst in 2020, the last time that we were there for that race, and raced in the GT3 Class A, and he was third in that, stood on the podium, and this year he's been racing in the GT Daytona class of the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship for Heart of Racing, and has contributed to them winning the Sprint Cup, and indeed the class win in the 10 hours of Petit Le Mans last weekend. So yes, a young man with a future. Again, another
20.
I don't. So, you know, all of that experience, and he's only just turned 20. We've got a Herberth car in the pit lane, but it's not the leader. Nick Damon is down with the blue, the GT silver and blue car getting service. Nick. Nick, can we hear you? Hello, Nick. Not quite yet, stand by.
Can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, we can.
Yes, the interesting thing about the 92 is they have put a new set of wets on. So the first car I've seen to come in and not put on slicks. So a second set of wets. This might well be, as they also top the fluids up, which is quite common towards the back end of the race, a lot of the Porsches. This might be a little bit of a test for the teammate car. Just seeing what they can do. I was having a look at the times of the 991 cars, the Ebby sports car on slicks, and the other 991 car, I think it's on wets, and they were doing exactly the same time. So you really are at a crossover. But the 992, as it trundles off to fuel, that is going back out on wet tyres.
Down towards fuel for that car. Wolfgang Triller brought it in and I think stayed behind the wheel there. That car is in third position in GT3. Wow, so that is going to be, that tells you the attrition on the GT3 cars. So that is third position, podium finish for that car potentially, but has fallen down to some 50 laps away from the lead. Coming across the line now. Great to see the 278. This is the car looking for the championship, trying to get to 60% of the leader in class. It's been patched up a few times. The blue and white Ginetta will keep an eye on that. But as we go down to the last 3 hours, let's take a look at the standings here in the Hankook 24 Hours of Sebring, the final round of the Hankook 24 Hour Series in 2021. It's Herbert that leads then by that tantalising 85 seconds. Renault from Winkelhock in second in the Rutronic Racing Audi, been there or thereabouts for such a long time. In third, a fantastic run for Vinny Motorsports by EB Motors, the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car. This is a 991 Gen 2 car, sitting in third position. Fourth is another class leader. This is the GTX class leader for Leipert Motorsport, the Huracan Super Trofeo, Gerhard Watzinger. Plenty of experience in IMSA competition. He's driving that 710. Second in 991, Patrick Heisman for RPM Racing. Sits in fifth position overall for another Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car. And once again, that's a Gen 2 991. The GT4 battle is brilliant. 6th, 7th, and 8th, Heart of Racing team by 11 seconds. Roman De Angelis is just retaking the lead for Aston Martin and for the Heart of Racing, number 423. Zach Anderson in second for the Porsche Cayman Nola Sport car, the 470. And just one lap off the lead, Nick Whitmer for ST Racing Sam Tan in 8th position. 9th is the second of the Herbert cars, that's third in GT3. MRS Racing, the number 987, is in 10th position in the GT category. And that car's got Jeff Courtney behind the wheel at the moment, and that is second in GTX. Behind them, the M4 GT4 from team ACP Tanger Associates. That's the number, that's the fourth in class, should I say, for the 421. Still running the BMW that's on its fact-finding mission. The new for 2021, it'll be homologated and running GT3 and GT Daytona Pro here in IMSA competition in the US. It's the 82 BMW. Then it's the Vortex, still out there, still having fun. That's third in its class in GTX. Then Leipert Motorsport GT3, fourth for GT3. But that car, of course, is behind the wall, Sebastian Balthasar, and everything below that car is not now running. CP Racing, Rentec Motorsports, Lion Speed by Car Collection, the MRS GT Racing, CWS are still racing, but of course they're in TCE. So that's how we stand in GT. Let's look at the TCE runners, which are led by the AC Motorsports Audi again. It's their turn to lead. Mathieu Detrette in the 188. Fabian Dansin second. Just off the lead lap for Autorama number 1. Their team car, the 112, is behind them by another couple of laps in third. Then it's the Nordschleifer Racing Ligier GS2R leading the TCX category, and that's the car that CWS Racing are aiming for, not to catch it up, but they need to do 60% of their race laps to get the points they need to win the championship. So that's how we stand. Just under 3 hours to go, the last eighth of this, and people now going, I suppose now, Peter, looking at the end of the race and timing it back for another possibly only 2 pit stops. There's more gaffer tape going on the 276 in the pit lane, 278 in the pit lane. It has actually got a door on with 62 on it, which confused me earlier on. That's how they stand, and it's been a cracking race here at Sebring so far. marshals, as well, of course, as our hard-working marshals. 2 hours 55 minutes. Peter Mackay and John Hindhaugh for another 25 minutes. Then it'll be Johnny Palmer and Peter Snowden to bring you home to what will be, I think, for some teams, a very, very hard-fought run to the checkered flag. Let's head down to Nick Damon, one of the real This is Endurance stories this weekend. The fight for the championship from CWS Engineering and the Ginetta G55 number 278. It's in for fuel at the moment. There's also been a driver change. Jean-Francois Bruno is with Nick Damon in the pit lane.
Is quite a feed. It's very, very hard.
Okay. Jean-Francois, I think the race you've had is the very definition of endurance.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Sebring has been brutal. 24 hours at Sebring. You know, they say 12 hours at Sebring is a 24-hour race. So 24 hours is basically a 40-hour race, 48-hour race. We had in the night, I had an issue with traffic and ended up in the wet, in the grass, and tagged the wall. The CWS powered by Dexter team did a great job to rebuild the car and got us back out. And then earlier this morning, my co-driver Joe Burris also had an issue. Brought the car back in, rebuilt the car again, and now we're just trying to get to the finish. As you know, we're fighting for the championship. TCX, I think we have it locked in, but TCE, we're in the fight. I think it's a three-way fight within a point or two. And so at the very least, we need to cover a 60% distance and get some points, and then we'll see how the dust settles.
Yeah, Colin was saying he thought you could do it, but of course you lost an hour with a red flag, and then that they're throwing everything at you, aren't they? Well, including biblical rain. Right.
Yeah, no, and the mixed conditions, right? Very hard, right? Very hard on the tire. You degrade the rain tires. The rain tires are happy in the wet, but not happy in the dry, and it keeps going wet, dry, so it's not dry enough to run slick, so we're having to keep going with the rain tires, and so we're babying that, trying to maintain the pace, and just it's tire management, car management, not pushing, and just trying to bang the laps, knock them out slowly but surely.
Well, thank you much. This is endurance, as of course is the Creventic watchword, and obviously because it's a pit report from me, I have to give you a weather report. Not raining, looking brighter. I say slicks again because I'm like a flip-flopper.
You're a flip-flopper that flips-flop. It's more than a flippy-floppy thing at the moment, but then again, that's what the weather's been doing. Nick Damon from the pit lane. Again, we have sunshine on the front straight. As through comes the 421 BMW. Josh Norman behind the wheel of Team ACP. And their GT4 BMW, looking slightly the worse for wear. It has the patched up rear end and a slightly non-Munich standard front end as well. But they've kept that car going, and at the moment they're sitting in fourth in GT4, so just off the podium. But with the top three together on the timing screen, literally anything could happen. You would not believe that this was the same season or the same area of the world, Peter Mackay, that we were watching just over an hour ago when it was raining so heavily we couldn't see from one side of the track to the other.
Welcome to Florida. This is racing at Sebring and racing in Florida. Absolutely fantastic. We wouldn't have it any other way, and it just opens up so many fantastic storylines. You've got drivers who, like Marcus Winkelhock, who we know their credentials, we know how fast they are, we know how experienced they are, but to see them dragging machines round on what is now an almost dry track on wet tires is just exceptional. But one of the big stories, of course, has been the GT4 battle, which has been impossible to call. But right now, as we thought there might be, Heart of Racing have just got that little bit more reserve in their driver roster, and that's really come out. You know, Ian James handed over to Alex Riveras, and then now Roman De Angelis taking over, and has opened up the gap to 25 seconds to the Nolo Sport Porsche of Zach Anderson. It's like almost like a 1-2-3 jab 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 knockout punch from the Aston Martin crew, and that's really hard to contend with. It's they're putting themselves in such a strong position for the run to the finish.
It's Peter Mackay. If you're at Sebring, Peter Mackay. It's not Alan McNish. McNish doesn't sound anything like that. We've had a couple of people tweeting in at RSL_studio. We could have Alan McNish, but I've got to really twist his arm to do that because he worries.
He's got to be more expensive than me, surely.
Well, indeed. Nick Damon roomed with Alan McNish for a few years when they were doing Formula One broadcasting, and so he knows quite a lot about McNish and his tidy habits. So I'm not going to broadcast those on the air, Mr. Damon, even though you were saying them in my ears. I don't think that's fair. And besides which, you don't want to be saying that because he's very likely to end up being the chef de keep of the Audi LMDH programme, and you might have to try and get an interview with him.
I think
unless they send him to the desert in the Paris-Dakar programme, which I suppose is possible.
Might end up doing both. You never know. But
well,
it's
true.
As we mentioned, as part of the research I've been doing over the last little while, watching American Le Mans Series races, the sort of mid to late 2000s. God, he was a gritty competitor in his day. I mean, it didn't really matter what was thrown at them, both him and Dindo Capello, which I loved it when last time I chatted to Alan, he said that his kids, when they were younger, they used to call Dindo Capello Daddy's husband.
Yes. Yeah.
Because they were together obviously all the time, flying back and forth to the States and racing, and I mean, they were some of the drives that they put in, particularly Alan, just spellbinding.
I remember Dindo, the pass on the grass at Lime Rock Park in the open top R8 LMP1 car. Those cars were phenomenal things. We were very fortunate enough to be able to experience those in the early 2000s. I said this in the broadcast the other day, we didn't have a World Endurance Championship then, but we didn't need it because the American Le Mans Series was the de facto World Championship. And there was one year at Le Mans where of 12 podium spots, 11 were full series American Le Mans Series competitors. Quite extraordinary. Into the pit lane, Nick Damon, you've just had the second place Marcus Winkelhock number 18 car. It's heading down to fuel now. Question for... It's gone past you, has it?
No, I can tell you the answer to your question, though.
Come into its...
No, yes it did.
Go on.
It's got slicks on.
Right.
And any second now, we're going to get the 91 car in. Any second now, we'll get the 91 car in, and that is going to have Daniel Alleman put aboard it as a pilot, and he's going to have a set of slicks. Interestingly, he just asked me if I thought slicks were a good idea. So, you know,
who did?
Daniel Alleman. He came. I was looking at him. He goes, "We go slicks, yes." And I went, "Yeah, look at the sun." So
that was an hour and...
I'd like to point out,
that was an hour and...
My flip-floppery is having a major effect on the race now, you see. They're all listening to me.
That was an hour and 21 minutes by Winkelhock, and there was 2 laps at the beginning of that, of course, that were under caution, and exactly the same, of course, it has to be for Alfred Renard. The thing for Winkelhock was, don't forget, he'd already had 20 minutes in the car before that, so he was already up to an hour and 40 minutes. This is the opportunity for him to get out, get some rest, Peter Mackay, and then still be able to be used before the end of the race. So this is smart tactics, both in terms of tyre management and fuel, but also driver management as well by the second place team Retronic.
Yes, and that's the key thing, is that Rutronic, make no mistake, this GT3 battle is going to go right down to the wire. It could go down to the very last lap, and we've seen so many dramatic finishes like that here at Sebring in the past. But in order for that position, that run to the flag, you're going to want to have your absolute top driver behind the wheel, and in the Rutronic crew, that is obviously Marcus Winkelhock, and yes, they need, as we said, need to get him out of the car to be able to do his mandatory rest and then back in again for that run to the flag.
Battling GT4, got to keep an eye on that. Nola Sport just gone back into the lead. So does that mean that Roman De Angelis has just stopped? No, we've lost Roman De Angelis. The heart of racing, Aston Martin, has gone missing on the circuit. This is drama here. We'll get to Nick in a moment. It's missing in the third sector. So either we've got a transponder problem for that car, or Zach Anderson has just gone through the lead, and Roman De Angelis now half a minute overdue at the line. Let's get down to Nick with Alfred Renard, and we'll try to find this this errant 423 Aston Martin, which was leading GT4. Nick?
With Alfred now just out the car. That was a very, very tricky stint where you went from full wet to sort of dry.
Yeah, we went from really wet to nearly dry, then started to rain again a little bit. Now it dries up, but I hope it keeps like this for the rest of the time. And
at what point did you think, right, if I come in now, we're going to go with slicks? Only a couple of laps ago, your teammates came in and they went back out with wets again.
yeah, in our situation, we need to try it. Better would be to see it if the sister car can do it, but they were not. Yeah, they don't feel so good with the slick tire. Now we try it and let's see.
Titanic battle with the Rutronic 18. Do you feel that if it's anybody apart from Marcus Winkelhock in the car, you are faster than him? It's just Marcus that's the difference.
Boy, he was super fast, so I don't know how he did it. I couldn't do it, but congrats to him.
The problem is, of course, that teams picked up a penalty for passing the red red flag. What happened there?
Yeah, I was at the refueling before I went to red, and they signed two sides. They signed the. I see the code 60 sign and also the red flag when I drove by, and the complete in lap. It was also two flags. It was always the code 60 flag and also the red flag. So they. I don't know. So in the end, I can choose one of them, but.
Yeah, bad luck. Thanks, Alfred.
Oh, thanks.
Confusion then. Normally the way.
Yeah, I think I'd have been on the phone to the team, if I'm honest. I've got a red flag here, can I go out or not? Can you ask? At that point, the race was suspended, with nothing to be lost. I can't find the 423. This is disaster for Aston Martin and Heart of Racing team. Roman De Angelis, who battled his way to the front and had built up Peter Mackay quite a decent lead. Had only been out for 13 laps. It's somewhere in the third sector, which is now bright sunshine on the Alec Ullman straight. I cannot find it anywhere. It's not on the tracker at the moment, and it had. So I'm thinking, Peter, it's probably off the side of the road somewhere, turn 14 or 15, because it's not on the back straight.
Yeah, I think so, and I also there's no yellow flags in that area, so that
Correct.
would indicate that the car's kind of been pulled over to the side, because if he crashed and hit the barrier, then that would have brought out yellow flags, I would think. So that is well. Let's wait and see. Let's wait and see. Let's see what comes back, and we'll look for information on that. What happened and see what's going on, if they've got radio communication with Roman. But late drama, 2 hours and 41 minutes to go. An IMSA race length to go. I always think that's a good benchmark, a good milestone moment. Now, at the front, Herbert Motorsport.
Just a second,
sorry, go on.
Just a second, Peter, because I think we might be able to clear this up now, because I've now got a blue P next to it, which isn't a request for a consonant from Bob Holness. I think Roman De Angelis, Nick Damon is there in the pit lane.
Yeah.
Has he got that 423 to the pit lane?
Yes, it came in under a reasonable amount of speed, so there wasn't an obvious problem with it. Obviously, I can only see the right-hand side. Unfortunately, it coincided with my battery going flat, so I said, it's in the pits, I went, oh, you're not hearing this. They have taken off the rear left. They're having a good old look at what's going on the left, so there obviously has been a problem. You know, I'm not sure whether he's had an accident, whether the tyre has come off, looks clean. So they obviously they have had a bit of problem. They've had to go a bit slower. And what's going on? They've got a loosening of the. They're looking at the back of the car. Hopefully, you get a shot of this now, which is actually kind of the inner wheel arch they're fiddling with. So I'm not sure what the problem is. There's nothing in any way obvious to look at it as it's come down here. It wasn't crabbing down the straight, and it wasn't crabbing down the pit lane. So I'll try to go into some word with Ian and see if he knows what it is. So I see Ian James waiting there. Hang on a second. Here we go. Ian, yes. Any idea what the problem is?
I don't know. The gearbox is malfunctioning, so I think something blocked.
Well, I wondered he was kind of looking around the back of the wheel arch. Of course, it's a transact, isn't it? The gearbox is at the rear.
Yeah, we're just trying to get into the cooler there to see if everything, the lines come off or clean out the shield.
So is it a situation where it's not changing gear or doing it erratically?
It throws up a bunch of faults, so yeah, not changing.
Bad luck. Thanks, Ian. So that is a bit of bad luck, and I say at the same time as this guy's came in, the now leading GT4 car, the Nola Sport car, came in for an extra slurp of fuel, but no driver change.
I just wonder, Nick, with the way they're working, I just wonder if there is some clag that has somehow either damaged or even just cooler the gearbox radiator condenser at the back there, and that's causing some issues with overheating in the gearbox. From poor Roman De Angelis.
They have got the airline out, which would be a way of cleaning off that gunk. So perhaps it is overheating. Perhaps it is overheating.
That is absolutely devastating for the Heart of Racing crew.
So, Peter, I interrupted you there. You were making a point about something else. Hopefully, you've got a younger brain than mine. You can remember what you were going to say. But that, whilst you gather your thoughts there, that was the leading car in GT4 at the 40s way to the lead. Roman De Angelis and the whole team have been working seamlessly, and that car now has dropped down to third. Actually, no, it's only dropped down to second in class. It will go to third next time Nick Whitmer comes across the line for ST Racing. So they have got a little bit of leeway. They were a couple of minutes ahead of third place, and we are inside the last 2 hours and 40 minutes. Peter, go ahead with the point you were speaking about before that car crawled back to the pits.
Yes, I'll just say, well, to finish up on the Heart of Racing, I mean, yeah, that the knockout punches being landed by those drivers, they will be absolutely devastated at the moment because they've really put themselves in such a strong position. But the battle at the front for GT3 honours, this could well come back into the favour of Herbert Motorsport. Of course, over the last stint, Marcus Winkelhock really be turning up the pain on Herbert in his Retronic Audi by putting in laps 3 to 4 seconds quicker than Alfred Renauer. However, now we've got just a little bit of a change now as well. Different drivers in the Elliot Earhart in the Audi and Daniel Aleman in the Herbert car. So it could be that this starts to come back again. But we'll see. I think these stints will be relatively short. But of course, Herbert have got to serve their penalty. But as we've seen, this is far from done yet.
So that's Peter Mackay, and well, I don't even know what to say. You said devastating and very good for that. I just do, at this point, Peter, with 2.5 hours to go, after everything this race has thrown at all of our competitors, that seems overly cruel to me. We've not seen any contact with that car. There was no external signs at the back of that car of any kind of contact. It just seems overly cruel. Sometimes endurance racing can be a very cruel sport sometimes. I remember somebody saying to me, I don't understand why everybody puts themselves through this, and I'm minded at times like this of either great joy or great pain for teams, of what the much missed Charlie Lamb of Schnitzer once said to me in a BMW trailer at Portland Raceway, actually, and have a cup of coffee with him, and he looked at me and quite seriously said, John, there's only two types of person in this world as far as I'm concerned: those who understand and enjoy endurance racing, particularly 24 hours, and everybody else. And it is a particular affliction, I think. Just had a little off-track moment for the 701. That's the Vortex. That would look like it was down at turn 7. And the good news is that Steve Brooks is back on the track. The better news is that Roman De Angelis is rolling again, but the bad news is he's gone behind the wall. He's gone behind the wall.
If I'm not mistaken, he needs to be pushed back rather than drive back on his own power, so that could be a result.
No, I think he's okay to drive behind the wall. I think you've got to be pushed into garages when there's garages. You've got to turn the engines off. So now what we've got to look at in GT4, and this is something for Peter Snowden and Johnny Palmer, is Team ACP Tanger Associates, the BMW M4 GT4, on 404 laps. It's 449 for Heart of Racing team. At the moment, they're still on a podium position. It's not the step on the podium that they wanted. They want to be 2 steps higher on the box, but they might even lose that position with still 2 hours and 34 minutes to go, if that can't be fixed. And that would seem even rubbing salt into the wounds, to be odd. Martin Pearson says if the GT4 package is the same as its road car counterpart, the transmission radiator is in the front. Thank you very much, Martin. I'm afraid my knowledge of the componentry of the new Aston GT4 is woeful. We've got a problem for the number 1, Fabian Dance, Autorama, second place TCR car. The bonnet has come loose on the right hand side, and it's taken out one of the LED lighting boxes that they've got on. That's waving around a bit. And Fabian is also struggling with a bit of turning oversteer with the back end trying to overtake the back. Very interesting. At RSL_studio, Dave Alcock will finish our little slot. Peter, first of all, thanks to you and to Nick for this last session. Dave Alcock says, a huge fan of the early 2000 American Le Mans series. I'm really looking to Peter's book on the legendary Paris Spider. I remember the DHL sponsored car in ALMS. Please keep us posted on its progress and its release. You've also been mistaken, not just for Alan McNish, but also for Dario Franchitti on the PA.
I wish I'd have his haircut, money, car collection, driving.
Yeah,
talent.
but is he happy? Is he happy?
He looks pretty happy to me.
Yeah, I know. In fairness, it is on the PA at Sebring here that people are seeing that, and we are sort of fighting with the lovely noise of cars, although the PA is very, very effective here. Keep the tweets coming in at RSL_studio. Sarah Rigby, crushed, of course, big Aston Martin fan. No more spanners in the works, really, hoping they can get that car back out on the track. So it is one of those things about endurance racing that I love and hate in equal measure. At least in this race, you don't have to be rolling to get classified as you do at Le Mans. Let's give you a quick rundown. The post-race interviews will be down at Victory Circle, which is behind the pit lane. But here's how it stands. Elliot Earhart is back in the Audi R8 LMS, which is now back in the lead, thanks to the Herbert Motorsport car having taken that 120-second penalty for blowing the exit of the pits, the red flag, red light at the end of the pits. So that is our, by my reckoning, I think that's our 24th change of lead since we started yesterday afternoon at Clyde. Yes, it is 5 cars that have led this race, 24 changes of lead. So it's Rudtronic leading by about 1 minute and 5 seconds. Daniel Alleman on full attack mode for Herbert Motorsport in second. Vili Motorsport by EB Motors, the 955 leads 991. Being chased by RPM Racing in 4th position. Lightman Motorsport leads GTX in 5th overall. 6th is this GT4 battle. Nola Sport now with a lap gap to the ST Racing BMW GT4. That's the 470 Porsche from the 438. Roman De Angelis and Hartner Racing Team heartbroken in the pit lane. In fact, behind the wall now and back in their working area in the paddock under their awning. The 423 car is dropping down through the timing monitor. In TCE, AC Motorsports leads for RS3, LMS DSG. Autorama in second, the number 1 car is just off the lead lap, and in third it's Wolf Power in the number 112 car, that is Roberto Furry. And the interest also in GTX and TCX and TCE for the overall championship is how far into the race can Colin White and the rest of the CWS Engineering Ginetta G55 number 2718 get. They need to keep racking up the laps. They're not going to catch the leader in the TCX category, which is the Nordschleifer Racing Luca Ayari driven now Ligier, but they must get some points. Peter Mackay's been with me, John Hindhoff. It'll be Andrew Marriott in the pit lane, Johnny Palmer and Peter Snowden coming up as we move into the last 150 minutes of this 24-hour Sebring Hankook event. And those minutes start right now.
Great conditions at Sebring International Raceway after a real changeable portion of the last few hours with the weather moving in and out. We've got a skonking battle at the head of the order. Elliot Earhart and Daniel Alleman separated by little over a minute, 64 seconds to be exact, between the 18 Rudtronic Audi and the number 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche. We'll get some a word from Peter Snowden in a moment, but first of all, straight to the pit lane and Andrew Marriott.
One of the great things of being in a race like this, you see old faces you haven't seen for a while. Here's Peter Barron, the team boss of Starworks for many years. Remember their great class victory at Le Mans. Peter's one of the great strategists in motor racing, but you don't seem to be doing any strategy at the moment. You've got shorts on, Peter.
Well, for people who know me, it's I have shorts always, but oddly enough, I'm not in flip-flops today. But no, it's out here helping out the Rudtronic folks and just providing domestic support to them. So for all these teams coming over from Europe, it's a bit strange with our goofy American plugs and everything. So we brought a couple with the interesting situation of the containers and all that. We brought some American crew to help out, and so they were able to work in shifts and get them up to this point here.
Well, this is a tough place to have a 24-hour race. You know plenty about 24-hour races, but there's nowhere tougher, really.
It's one of those things when they say a 24-hour race at Sebring, really? Yeah, but it is impressive. When you look at the amount of cars out there still plugging away, and a lot of them mechanical free. So it's kudos to the preparation, and really nice job by all the mechanics that had some ugly Wednesday nights working through the night, and it's been pretty nice to watch.
To just reflect back to your famous LMP2 win at Le Mans, it must have been 8-9 years ago now, wasn't it?
9 years, 2012. Yeah, that was one of my more favorite interviews when you came into the pit box there and were asking questions.
Of course, when we first met, you were still a racer yourself, and then you got into team management and running your own team.
It was the battle, as a lot of these pro drivers can relate to, of every year having to find a ride and maintain your livelihood and everything. And I thought for some reason it would be much easier and a lot more stable as a team owner to do it. And so I made a decision. You see some team owners doing both, and I made a decision to stop driving and do the team ownership, and here we are.
And for a while, you were able to source good funds from Venezuela, wasn't it, mainly, your backers, or Colombia?
Venezuela, yeah, that was much like some periods of sports car racing in the 80s that you now see documentaries on. You'll probably see some of those from the early, this past decade, but had some great fun and runs and programs with the Venezuelans. Alex Popov and Enzo Podolico was in the P2, and got to go down to South America and run in the Colombia races down there. It was a lot of fun.
And what about now? You've been running various cars in GT4 and so on?
Yeah, last weekend we just finished up the IMSA Championship. We're still running an LMP2 car there. We won the Petite that weekend, and
well done.
Yeah, thank you. No, things that the program, it was a nice program this year, but our sponsor, Tower Events and driver John Ferrano, their business is, when you think of, wow, can that be a worse business to have in COVID? They build the grandstands, bleachers, seating, hospitality suites for events like the Montreal F1 race. They do a lot of golf events, so when COVID hit, it hit them hard. So this was a year of, let's get through the year, keep the team intact, and work for next year. So we're going to have a pretty solid program, and some of our guys from that are the ones who are helping out. So looking forward to next year for sure.
That's great news, and super to catch up with you. Peter Barron.
Andrew Marriott speaking to Peter, and I've got another Peter alongside me in the Global Broadcast Centre. Peter Snowden rejoining RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, for the run to the flag, but that still involves 150 minutes, or a little less than that now, but we're still nowhere near the end of this race, and the great thing is just a minute and a bit, a minute and a quarter separate Elliot Earhart and Daniel Alleman. Now that is starting to open out a touch, so just testament really to Earhart's ability. Despite the fact that he's bronze rated, he has driven Audis, and he has driven them with Rutronic and the TECE backing for a little while now, allowing that experience to tell. Neither driver, to my knowledge, has much experience of this track. Certainly Herbert Motorsport and Daniel Alleman won't have driven here before, and I'm pretty sure that's the case for Elliot Earhart as well. So it's been a learning process over the opening 21 and a bit hours. And, they're going to be at a point now, these bronze-rated drivers, where they're as good as they're going to get on this Sebring lap. And it will be really interesting to have mapped how that average lap time across each of their stints will have been coming down and down.
Yeah, well, we can do that. Have a look at that in a minute, can't we, Johnny? But as you say, it is opening out. The difference between these two, though, 2:05.6 for Elliot Earhart and a 2:07.5 for Daniel Alleman. Put that in perspective. Sabina De Castro, Patrick Heisman, Gerald Watzinger in third, fourth and fifth are on 11s, 14s and 17s. So they're kind of in a league of their own, but Elliot Earhart just really taking it that little bit of top draw away there. Say a few minutes ago it was just 1 minute 4, 1 minute 11, 1 minute 14. It's just growing all the time, which could we see, I don't want to tempt it too much, but could we see the first non-Porsche win in this series in 2021?
Well, that's the little nugget, certainly, that is keeping Rutronic Racing focused. They're desperate to get the first ever win in the 24 hours of Sebring, of course, as well. Some feather in the cap that would be. But we have had competitive Audis at the previous races this year. Car Collection, sadly their entry in GT4, as it was earlier on in the race, the Lion Speed by Car Collection Motorsport car, hasn't been seen for a long time now, since Patrick Niederhauser brought it down pit road, and it stays logged as 21st on the timing screen. And there are about 5 cars together actually in the lower portion of timing and scoring, but ultimately Colin White is trying to work his way by, because the 23rd placed car is still a going concern and trying to pick up laps, as many as possible, to try and take the TCE championship outright. Remember, they are mapping their progress to Luca Ayari's driven 226 Nordschleifer Racing Ligier JS2R. That car has completed 431 laps, 60% of its total distance, so that the distance that that car has managed by 5 o'clock this afternoon has to be achieved by the 278 Ginetta in order for them to be classified, and for them to be classified in second position, and for them to have enough points to take the TCE title. So that's them, the TCX car, battling TCR machines as well, and it will have outscored all of those if it can finish the race. 188, Stefan Perrin, and he's just taken charge of that car, rejoining the race. Likewise, Fabian Dance. There's 3 minutes and 22 seconds separating the top 2 in TCR as we head back to the Rutronic Racing part of the pit lane. Oh, there's a spin. Just before we go to Andrew Marriott, a spin for the TCR leader, who is Stefan Perrin. Was it a spin? Maybe just the car slowed down. And I can see what they mean about when you do have a moment around here at Sebring, it's a difficulty initially to work out which way the traffic flow is actually running. But I do believe that car ran out a little bit wide. I just had a lack of power. I know Manuel Reuter is waiting with Andrew Marriott, so whilst 021 recover the replay of that incident for Stefan Perrin, and I can describe it to you in a moment or two, we'll get straight to Andrew Marriott.
And you're looking good at the moment, but it's still going to be close, isn't it?
Like you said, there's still over 2 hours to go. I feel really sorry. I mean, when you get a penalty after 17 or 19 hours, it's really hard, but we have rules, and they left the fueling area under red flag, so again, feel sorry, but we have our rules.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't really gain any advantage, but as you say, the rules have to be ruled. So I guess you back-timed it now. Can Marcus Winkelhock get back in the car at the end?
We have to see. At the moment, Elias in the car, and it's looking good. We have at the moment a good minute of the lead, but I mean, here with the weather conditions, I don't know what's happened. And you know, it's, if you want to finish first you have to finish, and
it's a crazy race, but looking good for you. We keep our fingers crossed.
Thanks, Adi. The whole week is basically crazy, but at the moment it's looking good for us.
Very much. That's the 2-time Le Mans winner, who's now the sporting director here at this Audi team. Winkelhock not driven for them before, and telling me earlier that he's very impressed with how they run everything, and I think Manuel Reuter has turned into a very good team manager, actually.
To potentially a race winner, and a key race winner here, running his own team, Rutronic Racing by TECE. The TECE is the Elia Earhart element, and the funding, the backing that Earhart brings to this campaign. The car, though, in principally black, but with the red flashes over the headlights and back towards the lower portion of the windscreen, looking rather stealth-like, actually. It's easily missed, particularly in the darkness, this car. You catch it from behind because it is just all black, apart from the orange race numbers with the white numbering on top. But it looks very menacing, and so far it is doing all that it needs to do to win this race, aided by some bad luck or some misplanning, perhaps, from Herbert Motorsport, who ran that red light at the end of the pit lane.
Yeah, we heard that, didn't we, Johnny, in the interview there? Manuel Reuter said that, you know, it's as Andrew Marriott said, didn't gain any advantage by it, but rules are rules, and it was more to the point, it's into a red flag. Which I think that's probably...
It's a safety ruling,
exactly,
isn't it? It's
exactly.
not to do with you took an advantage. It is,
exactly, and it's just, you've got to, you can't, if you let that go, you set a precedent.
Yeah.
Just before we did that, you just mentioned Stefan Perrin in the AC Motorsport Audi RS3. That was on an outlap, literally had stickers on the tyres still, so I'm just wondering, don't want to speculate, we don't know exactly, but just wondering if it's got caught out on new tyres, which would seem a logical connection. Mm-hmm. We're not in the car, we don't know.
Yeah, so at least that car got going again and lost very little time. 4.5 minutes now separate Stefan Perrin from Fabian Dance, but Fabian's speed should be good enough to close that gap. The problem is it's a lap and a bit, as I read things. I don't think the two TCR leaders are on the same lap, but we'll try and get that confirmed because it's that confusing segment as they've both made a pit stop now and are rejoining, so the timing screen will take a little while just to settle down a little bit. Meanwhile, we can go to Canadian outfit ST Racing and speak to the woman herself in charge of the team, runs the team, owns the team, Samantha Tan, now with Andrew Marriott.
24-hour race. I mean, you had a magnificent run so far in second place, all looking good for the overall championship, so you must be very happy.
Yes, extremely happy. Super proud of the team and everybody's effort this weekend. Crew's been amazing, obviously, so I know that we're in second in class right now and we're going to be gunning for first till the end.
Yeah, I mean, what a big effort of yours to go over and race in Europe. I mean, what put that idea into your head?
Well, ultimately my goal is to be the first Asian woman to win Le Mans, so I wanted to start getting my feet wet in endurance racing, and Creventic was just the perfect series for me to be in. So
your dad, Kenny, told me that he did a bit of track days, but he wasn't really a racer. But how did you become a racer then?
Yeah, I mean, as you said, my dad used to take me to track days when I was a kid, so I just grew up around cars and around like going fast, and I just absolutely fell in love with it. My very first race car was a Ferrari 458 Challenge when I was 14 years old. Was taken on a hot lap by a pro driver, and that was it. That sealed the deal. I was like, okay, I'm going to become a race car driver one day.
So this has been a great season for you. I mean, you've learned a lot, but you've won a lot. What are the plans for 2022?
Yeah, again, so this was our very first season doing endurance races for myself, and again, exceeded expectations. So incredibly proud of the team. I think we're coming away with 4 championship titles this season. Next year, we're going to be running a Creventic 24-hour series yet again, and SRO GT World Challenge with 2 brand new BMW M4 GT3s, as like the one you see here. So we're very, very excited.
Yeah, we were speculating on that. Well, that's great news. Just a quick word, Samantha, for your co-drivers, because they've all done a good job.
Yes, they're incredible. I mean, Nick's in the car right now. John Miller's been amazing. Chandler Hall, Bryson Morris. I mean, it was a whole team effort, and I'm just incredibly proud of everybody.
Well, I think you've done a brilliant job. Well done.
Thank you so much.
Sam Tan, who is chatting to Andrew Marriott there, and the exciting prospect of having not one but 2 ST Racing BMWs and the M4 GT3 version of those cars to appear for next year. So not only, I hadn't realised that we're going to be dovetailing a season in GT World Challenge together with, and we're so grateful to have them back again, the 24H series as well. Elia Earhart remains the race leader, 1 minute and 26 seconds. So again, a little bit of time being eked out with every lap. It's about 2 seconds every 3.6 miles to Daniel Alleman, who at the moment doesn't have an immediate answer. The benefit, I suppose, that the 91 crew Herbert Motorsport are holding on to, this thought that Robert Renauer is still due to do 2 hours, I would imagine, to the flag, so as close as they can to the top of the next hour they can get, which will be 3 o'clock local time in the afternoon. Then theoretically, Robert Renauer can run to the flag, but the question is, when do Retronic put Winky in, Marcus Winkelhock, and what do the 2 speeds of the 2 Germans look like when you compare them? Because Robert Renauer is going to have to pull out all the stops.
It certainly is. It's going to be, I mean, it is stretching out, as you said, just consistently. They're sitting at those, I mentioned it a few minutes ago, Johnny, that 205 and 207 and 0.5 is about 1.5 seconds, 2 seconds a lap. As you say, it is consistent, and I'm surprised it stayed at the last 3-4 laps of being exactly the same, despite traffic for the pair of them. So Elliot Earhart doing a fantastic job in that Retronic Racing R8. It's never been done. It's going to be a new manufacturer winning this race this season, if this continues, if all things stay equal. That of course is a long way to go. We've got 2 hours and 12 minutes left to run. Daniel Alleman it is in the Herberth car, 490, just going up to 500 laps completed, which is a milestone in its own right. And we're talking about 2 hours to go, and it's far from done. We joked about 8 hours ago when it was that page that was, there's quite a way to go, nearly done yet. But just going to reach the 500 laps mark, which is quite incredible when you think about it, what the cars he's taken. Porsche, we've said all along, are looking strong. They are looking this strong. They are in second, third and fourth at the moment. 3 different teams: Hayworth Motorsport, Willie Motorsport by Ebby Motors, and RPM Racing. Patrick Heisman there, and again, that's no slouch. So that car's just into the pits as we speak now. And we've got Andrew Marriott in the pits down with MRS.
What's your first name?
Sebastian.
Sebastian. No, Sebastian. There's lots of Sebastians.
Yeah.
Yeah. And do you race in Venezuela? In Colombia, what do you race there?
I raced many years ago, but I haven't really raced the last 10 years or so. Yeah, I did one race in 2015, and I did 3 races. This is my 3rd race in many, many years. So this is my comeback to racing. It's been amazing. I hope to join you guys for another 24 hours.
It hasn't shown that we say race rusty in English. You don't seem to be race rusty at all, Sebastian.
Yeah, I don't know. I just put my head down and focus and enjoy the moment, and I gave it a go in the rain. I was able to lead the pack for a few laps, and that was a lot of fun. I didn't know what to expect. I was the first car to enter each corner, and I didn't know the grip. That was pretty tough. I had no traction control neither, I'm on a cup car, so I had the GT4s with traction control and the GT3s, so it was quite difficult.
Lots of good race car drivers from Colombia, of course. Juan Pablo Montoya, but also my old friend Roberto Guerrero was a great driver.
Yeah, Montoya and Guerrero. Guerrero was the first one to go outside Colombia, and Montoya was the one that put us on the map. We're a small country, but there is few good drivers.
I had a big passion for racing, I think.
We're very passionate. Racing is very small. It's all, it's like it used to be in the UK, maybe in the 50s. Right now, it's just all passion. It's no big sponsors. It's just pure passion.
How many tracks have you got?
1.
Oh, just 1. What's that called?
It's called Tocancipá.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
Well, Sebastian, great to talk to you and representing Colombia. And you're going back in the car? Will you go back in the car?
We're thinking I will be here if it rains, because I feel comfortable in the rain, and if it stays dry, I'll just crossing my fingers to cross the finish line.
Excellent. So there is Sebastian Moreno. Hardly raced at all recently, but did an excellent job all through the race.
Thank you, Andrew. I wonder whether you've got the cogs going round now from a Creventic point of view to think about another flyaway race at Tocancipá. For a trip to Colombia, first ever trip for Creventic to Florida, so why not to South America for next year as well? Or it probably would have to be the following year actually, because the calendar's already been announced for 2022, but there is scope. Go and have a word with Ollie and Peter Fry in the paddock. I'm sure that could be organised.
I'm just sitting here in awe that you remembered the circuit name and recounted it so perfectly.
Well,
I was going to ask Andrew if he'd remember what the circuit name was, but you were there already.
There you go.
Johnny Palmer brought his A game
I'll try and listen to people at very least. Sebastian Moreno's not on my entry list, interestingly. I think from the 987 car, because, well, the other MRS GT Racing Porsche is out, as Nick Damon expressed that point a little earlier on when he did that mammoth pit and paddock report of the various retirees. So the other MRS GT Racing car is out. These are 2 Porsche Cup cars, and as Sebastian made the point, he's in a Cup car, so it doesn't have the amount of downforce as a GT3 machine, but they're actually running in GTX rather than in the 991 part of the entry. That's not, or maybe it is because they are 992 spec cars, so that the latest generation of Porsche. Creventic announced only, I think, in the last week or so that there will be a 992 class for the new Porsche Cup car next year, and I believe that starts at Dubai. So there'll be plenty more potentially of these new cars to hit the Carrera Cup scene around the world. Although not all of the Carrera Cups around the world yet have the brand new car. But there is scope to run more than just the one 992 car that we've had already, and that was the Red Camel Jordans.NL machine, who are here this weekend, had expected to run as well with their 101 Audi RS3, in fact, but a crash in qualifying, which related to an ABS problem for Ivo Breukers, sadly put them out of today and yesterday's race, and that was bitterly disappointing to have had an incident on the first lap of qualifying, which then puts paid to a much looked forward to race. I know Ivo and his son Luke Breukers were very excited to be racing an Audi RS3 around the historic Sebring site, together with Kim Holmgaard and Dom Bastian. But none of those four drivers even got to start the race yesterday afternoon. 955 into the pit lane. This is the car that is still in third position overall, and those that maybe suspected this car might hit problems at some stage over the last few hours, they haven't yet arrived, and an overall podium is up for grabs in the GT series for Vili Motorsports by Ebi Motors. Vili Motorsport, the Romanian part of this entry. They're run by Italian outfit Ebi Motors, who do have experience of racing cars here, just not with the Vili Motorsport connection, and certainly not with the three drivers that they are sporting this weekend. We had a really good catch-up with Fabrizio Broggi earlier on. Nick Damon did that interview. Nicolai Sergui Jorge is the Romanian driver of the three, and Sabino Di Castro, also of Italy, like Broggi. So Di Castro in. I think you'd established, Snowy, that a little while ago Di Castro was the driver who'd done the most amount of hours of anybody, but that was a good segment of the race ago, something like 4.5 hours or so. So it'd be interesting now to know how long it's been.
I can take a hint.
Okay.
As in
the hint is get that particular web page back up
exactly.
again. Yeah. So Snowy's on the case there, and Sabino Di Castro will consider himself to be very experienced here on the concrete at Sebring by the end of the last 2 days.
Yeah, he still holds it for this race. It's now 9 hours 26 in the car.
Okay.
In total.
Just more than Mathieu Dertree, who runs with AC Motorsport.
Over an hour more.
And then Jim Norman in the 421 BMW. And Jim has had some interesting stints at times, not least arriving, unfortunately, backwards or sideways at Sunset Bend. Couldn't arrest the speed of the car when he got out in the dirt on the outside of that right-hander at turn 17, and unfortunately connected with the tyre wall, but he did incredibly well to get the car back with limited damage after that, and they got it fixed, crucially. 421 is still running, still with that man Jim Norman at the wheel. He must have given up the steering wheel at times, though.
I was just going to say, has anybody else apart from Jim Norman driven that car? Obviously they have, but it just, looking at this, it just feels that way, doesn't it?
Well, Josh Norman, who I assume is his son. I need to check the ages of Jim and Josh, actually, only because Josh is a younger sounding name. So I would guesstimate that Josh is Jim's son, and Catesby Jones and Ken Goldberg. I tell you one man who absolutely does know this, because he's been hanging around with Tangerine Associates at certain times through the course of the last weekend. That is Andrew Marriott.
To confirm that they are father and son, Jim Norman, been around for a long time, had a win at the Daytona 24 a few years ago in a class, I remember, in a Porsche that was painted in those famous psychedelic Kramer colours, the green and swirly purple, if you remember that famous colour scheme. That was Jim Norman was one of the drivers that day. I'm trying to remember what the model was. It was something unusual. I know that it was like a can't really, it's gone, but I'm sure you can look it up. But it was a new category they put in, and I think there was a couple of Porsches like that, and then there was a couple of Mazda diesels in the class, which went not very quickly. So Jim, I think, is definitely a doctor. I'm not quite sure what he specialises in, but definitely father and son.
Excellent. Thank you for confirmation of that, as I was just swirling around really with very limited knowledge. But Josh Norman only started racing 6 years ago, and actually he's had about 5 years away from major motorsport, silver rated, but his experience began American Lamborghini Super Trofeo champ second in 2015. And then a busy year in 16 where he took part, actually Josh Norman took part in the Daytona 24 Hours with Performance Tech Motorsports, did the Sebring 12 Hours, so has track knowledge here, and yes, those two races as part of the IMSA Sports Car Championship that year, 2016. Jim Norman has been racing more frequently because he did the Dubai 24 Hours at the start of last year, and was also with Performance Tech at Daytona. He's done quite a number of Daytona 24 Hours, in fact, with teams like APR Motorsport in the GT category, and also Napleton Racing in the GX category. Now, it might be that year that you're talking about, Andrew, GX, with Napleton Racing, 2013 of the Daytona 24 Hours. It was a Porsche Cayman, but what he doesn't tell me is the specific iteration of that. Threading its way through the sequence of corners at turns 3, 4 and 5 is the 955 Porsche Fabrizio Broggi. So this is an outlap after the Porsche Cup car that leads the 991 division has been fueled. No longer with the same coloured wheels on the 955. I think the aim is to get all those wheels white, but it's had to have a couple of black rimmed wheels thrown at it with the Hankook rubber refreshed for this next stint for Fabrizio Broggi. So my suggestion, Andrew, that might have been 2013. What do you think about that theory for Jim Norman?
Definitely that's it, yes. It was a very early Cayman. Or it might have been the first iteration of Caymans, actually. So I remember it was not a Porsche we were used to seeing racing, and that was definitely the year where Jim had. I don't know if you Googled it, but I'm pretty sure he won the class actually with some others, with some other very good drivers. So it was Shane Lewis, one of them maybe.
He absolutely was, Andrew. That's great memory. Yeah.
We haven't, because Shane was in the race here and went out earlier. I haven't caught up with Shane. I think he must have left the circuit, but he's another, one of those real regular races in American sports car racing with a great history behind them. So a bit quiet down here at the moment, Johnny. It's completely dried up now. That rain has finally gone away. But I'll keep patrolling and see who else we can find. I've still got a few people on my list. Antti Burri I'd like to speak to. You were talking about Antti Burri earlier and saying he had a good year in Formula Ford in Britain. Actually, he won the British Formula Ford Championship 2011, 2012, and he won the festival in 2012. So, there's a guy that came up through British Formula Ford racing, but this year went down and raced in the TCR series in Italy and managed to win that. So I'd like to catch up with Antti.
Yeah, he's a great guy. Sort of typical deadpan, being from Finland, but so fast on the track. And a very informative interview always with Antti Burri. So I thought when the rain started to come down, he would be absolutely game for staying out on slick tyres with all the rally driving history, not necessarily for Antti but for Finland, so they're used to driving on the loose and used to having a car move underneath them, but actually even he could not brave it out when the rain really started to arrive. And of course later on from that we had to throw the red flags because of the extent of standing water. James Clay, who also had a good result in the 2013 Daytona 24 Hours. Still got that page actually up on for the GX category. And James was in a car for Bullet Racing that finished second to Shane Lewis and Jim Norman in 2013. But unfortunately, James has brought his car in and it's ended up in the garage. So this has gone behind the wall. It's the BMW M4 prototype, shall we say, not yet legal for GT3 competition, but will be from the new year in its own class, and was running in 16th position, had dropped close to the bottom of the timing screen when we got to about half distance. but unfortunately that car now is having to receive some work, car number 82. I was fearful that the number 1 car might have had some smoke coming out of it, but that's not the case. We'll go back to Andrew Marriott, who's found Indy Al Miller.
Indy Al Miller. That's not your real name.
Oh, it's Al Miller, but I'm from Indianapolis.
It sounds good, doesn't it?
It does sound good. You know, it's racing capital of the world, so I've raced jet skis, radicals, LMP3s, F4, Super Trofeos, my first 24-hour, and I'm just blown away. It's absolutely amazing.
You're also doing double duty, because I think you won the radical race, didn't you?
Yeah, I'm the 3-time champion for radical. We finished up on Friday right here at Sebring. We had some amazing weather, not like today. This has been absolutely crazy, for sure.
The car's going so well, you're in the lead at the moment.
Yeah, we're leading the GTX class. We're in car 710, of course, at Lambo. And I got to hand it to our teammates. Kenton, really, he did a good job right off the bat. Greg Gorski's done a great job. Gerhard Watzinger. We've all put in pretty good stints, and I'm just blown away that Creventic actually pulled this thing together. These poor guys haven't slept, I think, 2 or 3 nights now. It's unbelievable, and they got great attitudes, and they just love racing, and it definitely shows.
Indy Al, you've got family involved in racing as well, you were telling me.
Yeah, you know, my older brother Jack raced Indy cars for 8 years. He did 3 Indianapolis 500s. My nephew Jack William Miller is actually en road to Indy. And
is he going to be good?
He's already pretty good. He can whip his uncle pretty well, I think. Yeah.
Well, it's great to talk to you. I love your enthusiasm for this, and I hope we can persuade you to come over and race in Europe with this series. It's a great series, you know.
Yeah, you know, the whole thing is so professional. I've done a lot of different series, and these guys do it right. I can't wait to get over to Europe, and they've treated myself and the rest of the team really well. It's first class, and I hope a lot more people come out and race this. It's really an amazing venue to work with Creventic on these 24 hours.
Lovely words, Indy Al, and we'll keep our fingers crossed for you. You have to.
Thank you.
You have to
Great
get it
seeing
to
you.
the finish.
We always got to get to the finish. I'm getting ready to jump in here about 4:15 to finish off for the team, and hopefully we keep it together for that first place and that nice trophy here at the end.
Thank you.
And that's the sort of enthusiasm that Creventic are trying to drum up this weekend. They've been working really hard with their rounds at COTA to try and tap into what would be a really lucrative American market and try and get people from the other side of the pond across to Europe, where the bulk of the season is of course held. And it's happened for ST Racing, it's happened with Team ACP, Tangerine Associates. We've seen those guys a number of times as well. And wouldn't it be great to have a few more American flags and Canadian flags flying on the entry list in future races? I mean, Dubai is virtually sold out now, but that's traditionally the biggest entry of the season for a Creventic race. But to be able to carry that into the European series a little bit more has got to be the next target for the Dutch promoters.
Johnny, I couldn't agree more. American flags, North American flags, whatever it be, more flags the better. But please, whatever your nationality, just bring buckets and bucket loads of that enthusiasm. That's what it's about. That's what sports car endurance racing is all about. In a nutshell there. I'm going to replay that later when I get home. That was just brilliant.
Indy Al Miller, we know why he's called that now as well. I thought
because Andrew said,
I
it's
thought
not your real name, is it?
I thought Mariotti would get to the bottom of that. Well, 2/3 of it is his real name, in fairness.
Yes. And
adopting where he comes from as well. I like that. So 7:10 heading into the right-hander at hairpin, followed by the left-hand kink. It's all kind of labelled as turn 7 on the track map, and then they'll head through Fangio. So the 7:10 car of Gerhard Watzinger, again showing no signs of fading this far into the race. Still 1 hour and 53 minutes to go, but wouldn't it be great to have 3 different classes represented in the top 5 by the end? 1 minute and 46 separate the 2 GT3 leaders. Fabrizio Broggi back to Tracy Crone. They're the top 2 in the 991 class, 3rd and 5th overall within GT. Tracy Crone is on the same lap as Gerhard Watzinger, by the way, and they're lapping very similarly, 2:13s and the low 2:13s for both Gerhard and Tracy. Then it's Zach Anderson in the best of the GT4 cars. That's the 470 Nola Sport Porsche 718 Cayman that leads GT4 by 2 minutes and 29 seconds. So no longer is that just a lap that separates the top two within GT4, but Nick Whitmer last time through was able to lap quicker than Zach Anderson. So ST Racing won't have given up yet on a victory in the class. That car just heading over the strike now, in fact, well over to the right for Nick Whitmer to get the ideal run into what looks like a bone dry turn one now. Another slight question as the BMW gets a real bounce there through the middle portion of the corner, but Nick will probably be experiencing that every single time through the first left-hander of the lap. The car settling down nicely through 3, 4 and 5. And every time a car goes through there, I think it's had a faint bit of smoke issuing from the back, but I think it's actually something on the camera lens to turn 3. So I need to kind of register that in my memory and not get overly concerned about front runners that might look like they are ailing. The 91 Porsche is in for the penultimate time, and I reckon this will be to get Daniel Alleman out and most likely Robert Renauer in. Hazard flashes on high setting behind the 91 Porsche for the 710 Lippert Motorsport car, the remaining Lippert Motorsport car in the race. That's now moving forward. Robert Renauer, I reckon, is heading to the fueling area. The Porsche is definitely there. Just a slight question mark as to who is at the wheel. Herbert, team member, inserting the pistol grip fuel filler, and the right amount of fuel will now be delivered, but that has to be checked on the counters in the true typical supermarket sense, and you cannot exceed the amount of fuel that is allocated to you every single stop. But they'll be able to make the next hour and possibly the next hour and 5 minutes, which will leave about a 45-minute run to the flag. Will they do tyres for that final stop? Most likely yes, because they've still got 2 minutes in the back pocket, or rather 2 minutes rather chase. That actually is an option for Herbert Motorsport, who are doing the chasing, I must remind myself. So they'll probably scrimp on the tyres, just get it in for fuel in that final stop to try and gain any advantage they can, hunting down the Rutronic Racing Audi, which is now on the Ullmann Straight. Just cleared the Nordschleifer Ligier JS2R. The Vortex is further in the background as well. That's the wrong tyre sponsor, I noticed at the start of the Ullmann Straight. Shame that could not read Hankook, but I won't mention who it is if you're listening purely on radio. The BMW number 421, rather battered and bruised and dog-eared, but Jim Norman is still hammering along the Ullmann Straight to try and get that car to the finish. And an interesting technique there for Fabian Dance, who's wound the left side window entirely to the bottom. That can't be helping the aero, but maybe he's finding the windscreen is fogging up very slightly.
Maybe have to adjust his mirror.
Yeah, good point.
Something like that. Maybe touch something there, but yeah,
and it won't go back up again.
It won't go back here. Probably a bit too busy to try and do that winder. I'm guessing it's probably not electric mirror. It might be on that. Might be an electric window on that car still.
Mod cons on a TCR.
You never know. The lead gap 2:06, so it's nearly another lap there. So Elio Hart doing a fantastic job in that Rutronic Audi. The last lap time's irrelevant. It was a 2:05, but of course Daniel Alleman came into the pit. So just seeing who that car is going to be handed over to. It's at the fueling area now. This is number 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche, and timing will update when that gets out onto the pits. Out of the fueling area.
And Fabian Dance wanting to hunt down Stefan Perra. The Porsche are about to return to the racetrack. So Herbert rejoining the race, and with an update from that team, here's Andrew Marriott again.
I think you've probably checked it out now that Daniel Alleman did stay in the 91 car. And a little bit surprised about this, but Ralph Bone has just told me he will do the final stint. So maybe Robert has used up all his drive time, has he?
Well, that's an interesting prospect, isn't it? Because, yes, you would think that would be the only reason why they've kept Daniel Alleman at the wheel. I did pose the question, saying it's likely that Robert Renau has taken over, but we don't know that for sure until the car has left the pit lane. So Alleman stays at the wheel, and Ralph Bone will complete the race. Herbert do like to stick to their rotation, whatever happens in the race, and regardless of whether they're going to give up a good result. Now, the next question is, are the Herbert guys in the different subcategory within GT3, i.e. are they running to GT3 advantage rather than GT3 neutral? Remember that the Rutronic guys are pulling off this potentially very good result with 3 bronzes, Doppelmayr, Earhart and Sven Herberger, and just the 1 platinum, which is also platinum, which is also pro driver Marcus Winkelhock, whereas Herbert actually have 2 Renau twins and then the 2 bronzes. But Peter reckons, Snowy, as in, well, I suppose we can call you Peter now that P. Mac has ended his stint on the race. Have you got a time, total time, for Robert Renauer? Drive time
I thought you were going
wise.
to ask me Daniel Alleman, who's only done 4 hours 28.
Well, that shouldn't matter because he's bronze, so only needs to do a minimum of 2 hours. But Robert Renauer, Mariotti and I are puzzled why he's not been put in for the closing 2 hours. And indeed, why would they even think about doing a driver change halfway through? Well, that will be because Alleman will have done his drive time by that stage. But why not put Ralph Bone in during that stop? Therefore, because you're doing 2 driver changes when only 1 needed to happen, I would say. I think this goes back to the old school way that Herbert liked to run their races, which is the rotation of drivers stays absolute. You don't alter that. So if you've started with Robert Renauer, then you'll move to Alleman, Bone, Alfred Renauer, then back to Robert, and they just historically have not changed that order.
Robert Renauer, 3 hours 7 minutes.
Of a 24-hour race,
Yeah.
so he could easily do more than that.
Yeah.
But I think, again, it goes down to the fact that, you know, nobody is considered more important of the 4. They are very much a team and value each other's role within this. But therefore, the gap to the leader, you sense, is only going to go one way, particularly if Marcus Winkelhock still is going to do a stint in the Rutronic racing car.
Just very quickly, the number 82 BMW, the new car, which is having all sorts of issues. As we said, it's not just it's rejoining the circuit now, trying to. It's just been out in the paddock area. We've been tweeting some in-car footage of that, and as John Hindhaugh was talking, he could read the dash on it quite easily. And I can tell you it's an E-clutch error was coming. It said so on the screen right in front of me. Even I can see from here, from the commentary booth. That has rejoined again. Now it is in the pit lane, so James Clay has got the car back again, but he's handing over. It is in back into the pits. They are doing a driver change, so whatever's wrong with that car. We saw some strange footage earlier where they had the bonnet open looking from the inside, and there was a BMW technician, you could tell, because he was in BMW branded shirt, etc., with let's just say a smartphone. I'm sure other devices and makes are available. Taking
smartphone is the correct phrase.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
We're taking photographs of the engine bay.
Okay.
As if there were sort of codes or things to read and whatever, send it back to Germany and say, have a look at this. So no massive sense of urgency, but somewhat bizarrely, that car's been taken out of its pit garage and gone round some of the paddock areas on the roads. Just happened to see it there and rejoined, now come back again. James Clay, has just brought the car back in, and it's done a driver swap. So they're determined to get this car to the end. It is in 17th at the moment. And we're just going to see it's got the wheel back on, drivers in it, so he should be rejoining. Whether it needs to refuel or not, I don't know. So we're doing tyre changes on that, but some very strange goings on there with the 82 BMW M4 GT3.
I'm pretty sure that is the way that anybody leaves the hot pit lane and gets to the garage, because there's only one gap in that concrete wall. It's an American pit lane, even though we're not doing fueling in the standard place, which would be at each individual pit stop. If significant work needs to take place on a car, that is not allowed to be done in the pit stall, so it has to go behind the concrete wall and drive to its garage or be pushed there. depending on its condition at any one point.
No, I get that bit. It was it seemed to be going around the paddock areas quite a bit, as if it's almost as they got lost. We were talking about drivers when you spin and rejoining. I absolutely get your part about how to get there, but we talk about drivers spinning and rejoining and orientation. Which way do I go? It was almost as if it was going off on a sort of drive through a theme park. It's like, hang on a minute, it's going to be at Disney World in a minute.
Yeah. It was not very far. Is it Disney World or Disneyland in Florida? I could never remember which way around they are, but it's not very far away at all. Yeah, it could be an honest mistake. You never know. You do really need to grasp your bearings, and a lot of this place, it being an airfield, does rather look the same as others, with a few reference points in the paddock area, unless you've been coming here for 20 odd years, and you should know it like the back of your hand. So, an hour and 42 minutes remaining. Noticing quite a bit of damage on the rear of the Nordschleife Racing Ligier as well, showing scars of a tough old night. And into the morning, we're now well into the afternoon. Race due to finish at 5 o'clock. And coming up for 3:20 in the afternoon now in Florida. Any threat of immediate rain seems to have gone. Still plenty of cloud in the sky, and the wind is whistling through. But and let's hope that this race doesn't have a sting in the tail regarding the weather, because the teams have had plenty to deal with in that regard already. So it would be nice if the situation stays constant to the finish. I'm thinking further about Herbert Motorsport. Do they actually think they were never going to catch Rutronic Racing? The gap, yes, it was only 2 and a bit minutes, but even if they'd put Robert Renauer in for the closing 2 hours, would he have been able to lap consistently enough to outpace Marcus Winkelhock? That does seem a bit of quick enough to outpace Marcus Winkelhock. That does seem a bit of a stretch, seeing as they've not encountered anything so far. There's a slim chance that their one and only problem with the race might come late on, not wishing it upon them, of course. And they've had an exemplary strategic approach to this race so far as well. Elia Earhart has been a revelation around this track, and bringing his not only GT experience, more recent GT experience, but perhaps how to race a tin top as well around here. It is useful at times, although it's a completely different technique to master an Audi R8 GT3, a car that he is, as he admitted earlier on, fairly used to now. 40-odd races for the Four Rings in a variety of teams. And Marcus Winkelhock, a debut for Rutronic Racing, may be victorious in his first outing for Manuel Reuter's team. So 112 heading on to the Ullman Straight. The 188 car is in the pit lane, and likewise, so too is Andrew Marriott.
Monitoring the about Daniel Alleman, the last 2 or 3 laps, they've lapped in 0.2 of each other, so they are very equally matched, those two. So I don't expect to see that gap change very much. I'm down actually now to Rutronic and see if I can get some sort of feed who's going to take the last stint. Manuel Reuter is down here speaking to Peter Barron, and I just maybe I can just dive in and just a quick one. Is Manfred going to go to the car again?
You mean the...
who will go in the last stint?
It's not finally decided. It's not finally decided.
Ah, there you are. They're not telling us, you see. So, well, there you got it directly from Manuel Reuter.
We got high drama on the track. Thank you for that update from Manuel Reuter, though. But for the TCE part of the race leader, Mathieu Detry, is having real difficulties with this outlap. Now, is this a fuel pickup problem? Did they manage to get the right amount of fuel in the car? Because on this outlap, with an hour and 38 minutes to go, despite this car leading TCR, it is only leading by what was 2.5 minutes. That has been zapped to 1.5 minutes. And unless this issue is now sorted for Belgian racer Mathieu Detry, he's going to have Fabian Dance with him in the matter of possibly the end of this lap. I wonder, is it a gear selection problem because the car was jolting around briefly into Hairpin Bend? It maybe has cleared now. This car does it with the DSG box? Yes. So, double clutch, and this car may be having a drivetrain related problem. It's very difficult to identify it from the outside, clearly. But Mathieu Detry having to maybe radio back to base to get some advice. I mean, he's a stalwart in terms of racing conditions, but he also needs to have some mechanical knowledge as well to drive around this problem, at least in the early phase of what has to be his closing stint.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it can't happen during the middle of a race, but if it was free practice or even a test session, it was so deliberate the way the car stopped at one side of the circuit, brake lights came on, physically stopped and rejoined and set off again. It was like it was a practice start. The Vortex 701, just having a little gyration there. I think that's just coming on to, going through the grass there and splashing out some of the water that we're trying to keep off the track. I'm not quite sure where that is on the circuit.
Big Bend, turn
Big
6.
Bend, is it? Yes, yeah.
Yeah, so through the long...
not a mechanical problem, nothing to do with reliability, just lack of grip at the moment. It's rotated, shall we say.
Yeah, coming a bit too much right foot, maybe coming out of turn 5, although I didn't see the spin itself, only the aftermath.
We couldn't possibly say.
Philippe Bonnel is mightily experienced behind the wheel of a Vortex, so it would have been an unusual error. But this car weighs next to nothing. It's got a ridiculously sized Chevrolet engine, 6 litres or something in the back of it. Weighs next to nothing. It's got to swap ends because there's so much power delivered in, especially if you catch a damp patch of grass maybe, but he brought some moisture onto the road as he recovered that. It was briefly facing entirely the wrong way. Pit lane is now the scene for Elia Earhart, car number 18, the race leader, also in the Green Hope backed VW Golf. Now, is number 18 going straight for fuel? I don't believe. Now, Andrew, I'm not sure whether you've had a good view of the pit lane in that instance, but I think Elia Earhart has missed the team entirely and gone straight for the fueling area. Shows how much they...
He did stop at the pit, and then has gone to the fueling area now. I think they put a couple of new tyres on actually, but they definitely did a sort of mini service before he went down to fueling. So he did definitely stop.
Excellent. I'm glad you were paying attention there then, because as I say, I only caught the back end of the pit stop therefore, and a quick view from Elia Earhart's vantage point of the pit lane, and into fueling he went, but I hadn't clocked that he'd already been in the pits for best part of a minute, presumably. I wonder, therefore, actually Elia Earhart's still at the wheel. You would think maybe Marcus Winkelhock takes over from here to do a stint and a half. There's still an hour and 35 minutes remaining on the clock, and any immediate threat from Herbert Motorsport seems to have gone away. So Manuel Reuter updating the situation for Andrew Marriott a little while ago. 438 is also in the fueling area, so 3 cars, but it can hold 6 or 7, so we're not up to full capacity or anything like it. Quick message to the driver of 112 to make sure that the radio is still working. Roberto Ferri brought this car in. What we need to establish is whether the 112 returned to the racetrack by Ferri or whether Antti Burri takes over. Of course, Antti is on Mariotti's list in terms of drivers he still wants to catch up with before the end of the race. But if it's Antti Burri in the green Golf, that will scupper the plans. What? 438 is the other car that is in fueling, and that is the ST Racing car of Nick Whitmer. So, rejoining of these 3 cars about to happen imminently. The gap in TCR, and therefore the TCE race lead, is only half a minute. 29 seconds between Mathieu Detry and Fabien Dance, but Detry's lap time last time through on lap 474 was good enough to stay in front of Dance because he was quicker by 3 seconds. So it's become a lot closer than it needed to be, but at least Mathieu kept his head. He got to the bottom, we think, of the problem, rectified it at the side of the track, well, on the track, but just off the racing line, and is now circulating at a very decent pace. I mean, he's only about 1.2 seconds off that car's fastest lap of the race. So there's nothing to be concerned about as far as its potential speed. just about whether that is a problem that they have to kind of live with immediately after a pit stop, which makes me think maybe it is fuel pickup related. It just takes a while perhaps for the fuel to start flowing. Elia Earhart stays at the wheel of car number 18, so he will do at least the next hour, and maybe Vinky will do the final 30 minutes therefore to the flag. But as it's been less than a lap for many hours, and all of a sudden Herbert Motorsports seem happy to stretch it out to closer to 2 laps. It's a gap of 5 minutes and 46 seconds. That will have come down ever since the 18 car pitted though. So where on the track is the 91 Porsche? Just heading through the final, no, it's at the hairpin, isn't it? So
halfway
coming out
through,
of 7 and 8, yeah. So about half a lap behind now for Daniel Alleman compared to Elia Earhart. And Alleman is going to have to leave nothing on the table if he's going to close this gap, which will sit at something like a minute, maybe a minute and 15. It's a big ask, and I still just wonder whether Herbert are settling for second here rather than really pushing for it, which would be unlike them. But typically with Herbert, they will have thought about something that I've not quite mastered yet.
I was going to say, well, not that bit in particular, but it goes against their philosophy, doesn't it? Of you say that they're very structured, they very stick to it, they stick to their driver order, and that's what they do. No point. We're still an hour and a half to go, which is a long time. We don't think it's very long in the scale of a 24-hour race. It's still an hour and a half of motor racing. A lot can happen still. And as you say, if any team out there has probably got something up the sleeve or think about let it come to them and come into play, it's going to be Herbert. And you just cannot... The only time you can say they didn't win it is when they don't take the checkered flag first.
Yeah.
Up until that point, anything's possible, including that last corner.
Yeah, no, true enough. And of course, this, it is the first opportunity. I reckon for all 4 drivers. I reckon for all 4 drivers to race here at Sebring. So the Renault brothers will not want to take any drive, and Daniel Alleman. They want to do as much driving if each other, if possible. A real niggly problem now for Colin White on his Ginetta G50 for side door. The driver's side door will latch correctly. Interestingly, it's got race number 62 on the right-hand side. It's definitely 278 though, and that door, frustratingly, not slamming shut. So he's having to keep the car on the track and also keep as best he can that door closed. He will allow the number 1 Fabian Dance up the inside. Fabian still 30 seconds away from the race lead in TCR. As we head back to the pits and to Andrew.
Yeah, I'm down at BMW. This testing program continues. Neil Verhaeghe's with me. Well, it's been a long night and day, hasn't it, with the problems you've had?
Yeah, it's been a long night, but I've enjoyed driving the car. It feels very good. Happy with the progress we've been making. So, yeah, maybe it doesn't look like it's going so well, but I think it's all been very positive for us so far.
Yeah, so a good learning curve. Will there be more testing of the car after this? Are you likely to stay at Sebring now, or will you do some other testing before the car is put into production?
For me, my job's over. I'm just here with Sebring. Yeah. The car will do some more running, but unfortunately, I go back over to Europe and I don't take part in that.
Right. Well, what's your plan for next season with BMW Juniors?
As of right now, we're going to be running again on the Nordschleife for the Nürburgring 24 hours, so looking forward to taking that on again and seeing what we can do there.
Guess you know your way around there now.
A little bit. Still trying to figure it out.
But before you went to the Nürburgring, did you ever do it as an iRacing program or anything like that?
No, sports cars was the first series of racing that took me into the night. So before I was only doing Formula racing, which was all sprint racing by myself in the day, so it's a big change. It's a lot of learning that I needed to do, but happy to be where I am now.
Neil, you've got a little bit of an American accent. Have you picked it up over here?
Well, I am American, so I like to keep that aspect.
Okay.
I am American, yes.
So you speak German?
No, I don't speak German. I'm learning German right now, but hopefully soon.
It's great to have an American in this fabulous junior program, isn't it?
Yeah, it's awesome. To be able to come back here and race in my home country and share this with my 2 teammates that I've been living with now for the past couple of years, it's really cool. And yeah, we've really grown to be a good team together, and it's cool for them to experience where I'm from and
The other one's Daniel Harper.
Daniel Harper and Max Hesse. So unfortunately, Daniel's not on the car with us this weekend due to his FIA license, but Max is on the car with us this weekend, and yeah, no, it's cool to have both of them here. They both stayed at my home place in North Carolina earlier, so it was cool to bring them over here and show them a little bit of America.
Excellent. As I say, it's great. I hadn't realised they brought an American into this program, so I thought, well, it must all be German kitchen.
No, Dan's from Northern Ireland and I'm American.
I know where Dan's from, yeah. I know he's not. Well done. Strong job for you. I know your lap times have been very, very competitive, so well done, and have a great time next year at the Nürburgring, hopefully some other tracks too.
Thank you. Looking forward to it.
Neil Verhagen. It's a shame that they said goodbye to the BMW, the M8s in the GTE category of IMSA, because that could have been a real potential drive for Neil Verhagen. But some interesting, certainly, future for BMW, coming back to prototype racing and hypercar. So there might be some scope maybe for Neil there, and certainly within the GT field as well. Colin White has got the 278 Ginetta back, by the way, to the pit lane, nursing it back because he has the huge distraction of needing to get the door closed. And have they take that door shut now?
100% they have.
Which I thought was a big no-no, to be honest.
With pink gaffer tape.
Okay. All right, well, let's see what the officials make of that. You cannot do that in something like the European Le Mans Series or the World Endurance Championship, because you need to be able to get out of the car very quickly, potentially, but that Ginetta's been sent back out again with several segments of tape.
In theory you can, because if the catch isn't holding, then you can just push against it and push against the tape, as the driver can actually extract himself from the car still, so it's no issue. It's just tape holding it closed, stopping it flapping, which would have been a black flag, so I see no problem with it personally.
Well, as I say, in ACO rules racing, there is a strict regulation to say you cannot do that, and also, arguments. No, he reaches for the jelly babies, but I have moved them, I'm pleased to say, to at least mean that I've got about 2 or 3 to munch on at the end of the race. There goes the tape. There goes the tape. There goes the tape. There goes the tape.
The door's failed already, and
right.
This is battle score. So this is at the very least this poor Ginetta. But Colin White, it's what's it earlier? Marriott said earlier he's from Glastonbury. It's been no festival. It certainly hasn't for him, has it?
Into the right-hander.
It'll be back in again in a minute, that will.
I think it'll have to be. And the question is, the problem for them, I'm sure, is that the various body panels have shifted. They've moved so that door no longer aligns as it did. On the designers. Unless they start replacing actual body panels, that could be a very difficult issue to get to the bottom of. So we'll wait for that car to appear. Another car which is far from the design, how the designer intended, is the 421 BMW of Jim Norman, who brought that car in. Surely time for a driver change now, because Jim seems to have done 20 hours of the 22 that we've run so far. I exaggerate, but he's certainly done the lion's share of the running with Team ACP, maybe handing over to his son this time, Josh, or Ken Goldberg or Catesby Jones, who were also part of that lineup for the BMW M4 GT4. 188's back in for fuel. Now this appears to be very soon after it had that difficulty with the outlap, remember? I mean, that was only about 15 minutes or so ago. So why is Mathieu Detry back in the fueling area already? He has a lead of 52 seconds over Fabian Dance, but Dance arrived in the fueling area before him. So I think that's going to be a lead change. Once that white and red VW Golf gets going again, that will be a TCE series lead change, surely, for car number 1. This late on, with Mathieu Detry fighting an ill car, shall we say, I just wonder whether this is going to twist the narrative firmly in the favour of car number 1. Elliot Earhart in the number 18 exits hairpin at turn 7, with the fast section of track now through Fangio. He's a bit further around than this, actually. Turn 10, Collier at 11, 12 and 13 upcoming. And now into the Le Mans sequence of corners, which is the run out onto Ullman Straight. So through the left, and now this tricky right-hander, but it's important to get this right as you head onto the back straight now. With the open road in front, this straight is longer than the main start-finish straight, so you can really allow the power of that 5.2 litre V10 to do its stuff. And a completely clear racetrack, both in front and behind for Elia Earhart. Daniel Alleman is a minute and 44 back. I did promise you that gap. Well, there it is. A minute and 44, less than a lap time, but still very much in the favour of Rutronic Racing by TECE, on course for, I think, their first victory in the 24H Series. It will be the first Audi win of season 2021, and in fact a first Audi win, I reckon, since the start of 2019 in a standard 24H Series race, which is when Rick Breukers, along with the car collection crew in car number 88, took victory at the Dubai 24 Hours at the start of 2019.
Just to add to the theatre and the drama, Johnny, you mentioned Mathieu Dutré in the number 188 AC Motorsport Audi RS3. You're absolutely right. It did only do 6 laps before it was back in again. So that's too soon for a pit stop. Interestingly, remember that was another car that had its driver window left-hand side all the way down. Quick question there as well. I don't want to spark anything on the rules here, but if you've got a window down, shouldn't you have a driver's net? Thought they should. Hadn't seen it on either of the cars. It might be. It's gone back up again on that particular car. There was the Golf, the Autoron ones didn't have that go back up again though. But very odd. Mathieu Dutré, as we said, appeared to do almost, as you say, if it wasn't a race situation, you'd have said it was a practice start, because it was so deliberately slowed, stopped, brake lights, reset, and set off again with almost a little bit of wheel spin. It looked like a practice start, which obviously it wouldn't be during the middle of a race. So
you would hope not.
But odd to come back in again. Well, I'm sure it would be frowned upon by those above with better things to do than call stewards. So
also,
it's
a rolling start for the race, so you wouldn't need to practice
exactly.
a start.
Well, hey, you've got 24 hours thing to do.
True.
Maybe you're just bored.
If you've got a good lead, why not find some entertainment? Anyway, sorry,
we're being ridiculous now, but how odd for that to come in for 6 laps. I'm intrigued. You mentioned about picking up fuel, but it wouldn't ever come in so low that it was scavenging almost. So it's very, unless they got it really, really close, but I'm just surprised why that car came in after only 6 laps, so we'll keep an eye on it. It is running 8th at the moment on an out lap. Yeah, so it isn't. It's well inside the top 10.
Remember, you can't brim these cars. It's an amount of fuel that you can put in every time. But nevertheless, that shouldn't mean, as you say, that it's down to absolutely nothing. Some puzzling episodes taking place at AC Motorsport at the moment, and we're waiting for confirmation. The VW Golf rejoined ahead of the AC Motorsport Audi. That to come then as we head towards the closing portion of the race. Just an hour and 20 minutes left of the first ever Sebring 24 Hours. It's RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, and we've had a number of different dramas for cars in the TCE part of the race, not least for Colin White in the plucky Ginetta G55, which had to be sourced locally because of where his British-based car was racing at the time that it needed to be heading towards the ship at Rotterdam. So there was a race meeting beyond that date that took place at Brands Hatch. That meant that Colin had to keep his European-based car in Europe, otherwise it would have been flown, or rather shipped to the US, and instead Colin had to source a separate Ginetta from a place locally, and that car determined to get to the finish, determined as well to do 60% of the distance that the 226 car has covered, which is, by the way, 458 laps. So, and is still running. Yes, it is, because it's now in the pit lane, in fact, looking straight at it with the damage, unfortunately, on the back of the Ligier, but that's doesn't seem to be affecting its pace too much. Quite a large chunk of that rear, not quite diffuser, but how the air is displaced and leaves the underframe of the car has been taken away. Or is actually, that's part of the design, isn't it? Because there's a pipe there that needs to be allowed to be fitted as well.
No, you're right. There's a piece missing there completely on the right-hand side.
I don't know whether that.
Well, no, if you look at it'd be symmetrical side by side. You can see where it's.
Well, would it be symmetrical? Because does that pipe also is that pipe also present on the other side? It's just I can't see it.
Yes.
Therefore.
Yes, because the diffuser is complete on the other side.
Yeah, fair enough. As I say, I was posing
the question. Well, if it was like that, it would make it go around right-handers better than it would left-handers because there's less diffuser at the back.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, aerodynamics wins, doesn't it, rather than needing to allow the gaps for the various
I think Adrian
components.
Newey would agree, yeah.
I've never been up to his standard. Few have.
None of us have. I was going to say, few of us have, but I think he'd talk us through it very, very quickly.
60% of 458 is 275. So Colin White needing to do another 30 laps. Not going to do it.
Yeah.
It can do 2 minutes 17. They need to be doing 2-minute laps, really. They need to be doing GT3 pace, I reckon, to do another 30 laps. And of course, actually, the 458 is going to increase, assuming the Nordschleifer racing car does get to the finish.
Well, 2:17 is the best lap of the race for Colin White, or for that car. A little bit earlier on. Currently it's on 2:29, doesn't count because it's not helped by having more time in the pits, though, is it, with having to keep that door closed?
No, I mean, it was entirely possible when Nick Damon caught up with them a little while ago. The reason we're talking about 60% is because in order to be classified and therefore take points, you have to complete 60% of the distance that your class winner completes. And as I say, TCX car number 226 winner completes. And as I say, TCX car number 226 has so far done in an hour and 16 minutes time.
Get to snow in a second. Sorry.
Get snow in a second, because I know Andrew Marriott has got interviewee raring to go.
Ari, well, what a famous name, Luca. Your father? So you're the son of Sohail Ari.
I am the nephew of Sohail.
You're the nephew, okay, but you're following the footsteps. Tell me about IARI Racing Academy.
It's a great academy to train young pilots, and hopefully there are a lot of pilots who become professional because of that.
Yeah, and so, how do you enjoy Sebring? Sebring's seen hard work.
A very nice track. So short limits and very, very interesting.
The Ligier will make it to the finish?
Sure, of course.
Okay, so that is the nephew there, Sohail Ari, and it must be, is that your dad? That must be, so it's very much a family affair down here at Ligier, and well, we'll move on and see who else we can find.
Excellent. Antti Burri should be next on your list, because he did not take over the number 1 car, so should hopefully be somewhere in the paddock area and ready to chat to you. But don't let that get in the way of anybody else that you've planned, of course, in the remaining hour and 15 minutes. But it'd be great to have a quick word with Antti to see how he thinks the race has panned out, running in the number 112 car, so on course for a 3rd place finish as things stand in TCR. 1 minute and 35 seconds separate Mathieu Detry from Konstantin Kletzer, and they're slower than they were before, both in the 219s, but that will be just because of a bit of traffic perhaps being not caught by the TCRs, but I think they're having to make space for the GT3s to get through. Colin White is back on pit road for his Ginetta to receive more attention. Some of that pink tape has found its way to the front splitter. A bit of yellow tape there as well, actually. No, that's the toe hoop, isn't it? Which is just protruding.
Yeah, the pink tape's been there a while on the splitter. It's just new on the door.
Okay, fine. So they've obviously got a fair bit more spare pink tape to throw at the car if needed. So was that a more sustained attempt to get the car slammed shut and for good? It has now arrived in the penalty box. Right, I thought this was the fueling area, but no, it's now soaking up a penalty as well, because remember, as per the regulations for the 24H series, if you're issued with a penalty, whether that be track limits related or perhaps a pit stop infringement, that can be served during the next pit stop rather than needing to come in straight away to do that. And the car moves forward now into fueling, so it will have called 3 separate occasions down this pit lane. Colin White doing his impression of a bus driver, more so than a racing car driver, unfortunately. And rather than passengers being picked up, it will be the fuel, the container on the other side, in the air to escape, I understand, from the tank. So it's being filled from the right-hand side of the car.
Vent tank,
and the vent tank allows any surplus fuel, but more importantly, the air, which is in the tank.
School, actually, that.
Yeah.
The old vent tanks, like in the Group C days at Le Mans. Which
yes.
Doesn't bear thinking about now, but I guess Group C days at Le Mans are 30 years ago.
I suppose they are, although as part of, well, every 3 years the main event, the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and of course you've got Le Mans Classic as well, and various other historic meetings around the world that take place virtually every weekend now, I think, where the odd vent tank will be in use. So 1 minute and 55 seconds is the gap between the top two. I still think, barring a huge problem for the 18 car, that's really only going one way. At times, Daniel Alleman is able to keep it at 155, but more often than not, it's a gap that's growing, and we expect that when the 91 car pits for the final time, it'll actually be Ralph Bone to take that car over. But they have all helped to get this car and this project here to Sebring, so why not give them all ample drive time around this great place, something that they're doing for the first time, and I'm sure have plans to do it in 2022 as well. But it doesn't cover every weekend a chance to race at Sebring, and that's, I'm sure, what Daniel Alleman and Ralph Bone are thinking, rather than risk everything for the race win and potentially still miss out. Why not spend the wheel for each of those drivers? Fabrizio Broggi running in third position for the 955, and now joined together on the timing screen by the Tracy Crone 907 RPM Racing Porsche. So the top two in the 991 class are now third and fourth overall as Colin White rejoins the race, still with a bit of tape on the door, but it is showing less of a chance of opening again. So I think that's the team really getting to the bottom of that faulty catch, perhaps fitting a new component to ensure that it is properly shut this time, and Colin White can focus finally on just driving the race car, which is what he should be doing anyway.
Yeah, it was given a black flag with the orange disc, that for a mechanical issue, that car, this Blue car, which is why it came into the penalty area. So I'm guessing that door flapping, it was not approved of. That was at 7 minutes ago, which is why it came in.
Now the tape, I think, is hanging loose. Actually, that's providing no further adhesion to the door, so they have had to get that fixed, had said the race organisers. And then the next concern is, how wide is that gap going to become between the left-hand headlight and the bodywork behind the engine cover? Because that's starting to open up a little bit, kind of reminiscent of what happened in Bahrain in the Second World Endurance Championship event, when Alessandro Pierguidi had his contact with Michael Christensen in that intense and rather bizarre battle within GT Pro, where the top two connected with one another with about 20 minutes or so to go, and the Ferrari started to have various body panels trying to leave the car. Well, the same situation is happening with now Matt Rivard's Ginetta, and we should make that point that Colin is out of the car and Matt Rivard taking over. So Matt sharing with John Bruneau and Joe Burris, who was at the wheel for a lengthy segment earlier on. Warren Dexter also as part of that lineup as well. So John Bruneau and Colin White have been the regulars for the 24H Series runs, but Matt, Joe and Warren, I reckon, are all new to that team. And hopefully, despite a trying weekend, hopefully they've got a real taste now for a bit more Creventic racing. In the future, and let's hope it's not in another. Brilliant to have, as we made the point earlier on, some North Americans, some South Americans. Bring kind of teased to come to try the 24H Series more longer term in the future. Flash of the lights for the brand new BMW M4 in its GT3 spec, although not running in that category, and it is in 17th position now for Max Hesse. We heard from his American teammate Neil Verhagen a little while ago. I can forgive Andrew Marriott for thinking Neil is German. I actually thought he was Dutch, Neil Verhagen, but New York through and through. That's the reason why it's got an American accent, I suppose. Max Hesse and Daniel Harper are regular teammates around the Nordschleife, but not in this car, in a BMW M6, because at one point BMW actually had 3 different race cars, different models of race used.
3 different platforms.
Okay, that's possibly a better phrase car. Used.
3 different platforms.
Okay, that's possibly a better.
The phrase the manufacturer.
Three different models is how I call it, which means nothing at all to the Bavarian outfit. But the M8 in GTE, the M6, which are the outgoing model in GT3, and they had the M4 as their GT4 car. But it would appear that the M4 will be adopted at both levels now, both GT3 and GT4 in the future. And really a great piece of kit, still being, having its teething problems ironed out, and they've had a fair few of them through the 24 hours, but I think they will come out of this Sebring event off.
Question for you, Johnny, talking of still being worked on, is it or is it not? The 423 Heart of Racing Aston Vantage was brought into the pits with, I think it was a drive shaft issue, wasn't it, with Roman De Angelis at the wheel. Is that car being repaired? Do we know or not? Or is that something that Andrew could possibly find out while he's down there in the pit lane for us? I just don't know whether it's being worked on, or is it going to come in some surprises again, or is it actually out of the race?
Well, judging by John Hindhaught's comments as he stepped away, handed over to us with 2.5 hours to go, Sarah Rigby, who is a huge part of the Radio Show Limited collective and the biggest Aston Martin fan going, John made the point that Sarah was heartbroken because, and there's a pun there which wasn't necessarily intended, heartbroken by the retirement of Heart of Racing Team's Aston Martin. So it is out of the race, as John suggested. And I think that if Andrew makes his way to the relevant garage, unfortunately he'll probably just find some crates and the rather large container which the Aston Martin is being loaded into. Or maybe not in the case of Heart of Racing, because they're very much a local crew, aren't they? So they'll be using their trucks to take that car back to base. Really nice interview with Ian James, though, earlier on in the piece, and Alex Riberas, in fact. Gray Newell and Roman De Angelis, they'll all be gutted not to be able to make the finish with that 423 car, which looked so strong during the middle phase of the race. They were right in the hunt for GT4. And chasing down Jason Hart, who is of no relation to Heart of Racing Team, different spelling. Jason Hart in the 470 car is part of the Nola Sport entry for the Porsche 718 Cayman GT4, the Club Sport Manti Racing car, and they are still in the box seat, 470, to take the victory in GT4, but only leaning on an advantage of 1 minute and 50 seconds. Here is Andrew Marriott.
Racing Team 423. Creventic are actually brilliant with their graphics, they put up on the pit fence opposite each garage a photograph of each car, very nicely prepared, and at each pit box they've got another nice little sticker which says 24 hours of Sebring, Hankook, and the dates, although of course the date's not quite right anymore. And I'm standing by the one that says Heart of Racing 423, which is on the piece of concrete. Sadly, my cameraman is not with me. I could just describe it for you. And the only thing that is down here is 4 tie straps and an awning which has been collapsed. So I think you can take it definitely out.
Yeah, real shame that, but thank you for the description. So Heart of Racing Aston Martin is out of the race, and it's the red flag which affected them. So maybe they couldn't get the car going again during the stoppage. Concerning things like heat soak need to be thought about. Of course, when a race car likes to continue to go fast, it's a difficult task to get it to the end of a 24-hour race, but when there's a stop in the middle, that can make things even worse, because it allows all of that stuff that's not been designed to cool down, it allows it to cool down, and then it's got to heat it back up again to within the operating window, and that's where problems can start to happen. So Heart of Racing Team were thoroughly enjoying their event, so let's hope we can get them back as part of the entry for the Sebring 24 Hours in 2022. But Miklas Bourne, who shares the 112 car with Flag, and he is heading down the Ullman Straight with Sunset Bay checkered flag, and he is heading down the Ullman Straight with sunset for this segment of the race. But I don't think it's going to be one of those classic Sebring sunsets either tonight because of the amount of cloud cover around. Oh, there's another problem for Ginetta number 278 with Matt Rivard at the wheel. This is not related to the opening door because that has slammed shut now and has stayed shut. I don't think it's related to the loose bodywork around the front left corner either, but it is crawling almost to a halt with American driver Matt Rivard doing well to stay off the racing line, being covered by white flags as well to warn everybody that is about to shoot through those quick left-handers at Fangio, the right and the left at turns 8 and 9, and sensibly Matt Rivard is going to pull the car off the track so that he can try and sort this issue out. This can't be very far away from where the car had a big off much earlier on today, and that did damage to the front and the rear of that car. So local yellows now covering this moment. One of the corner workers dealing with the green flag. 24 hours of Le Mans race overalls on, I notice. So a well-travelled corner worker there.
I saw that and didn't blink an eye, thinking, of course, we're just so used to it. Like, actually, it's 24 hours Sebring, the first one ever. Saw those. Like, yeah, you're absolutely right. Good spot, Johnny.
Yeah,
look
that's
at that now. Look,
fantastic. Now, what year is that from? That's this year.
This year's.
Okay, so 21st, 22nd of August. There aren't that many race suits with those dates for Le Mans on them. Of course, 2 years ago it was a September date, or rather, last year was a September date. This year, August, and it will revert to June in 2022. But someone who's worked not only corners here at Sebring, but also at Le Mans, dealing with the green flag, which is the section of track after where Matt Rivard has ground to a halt. This might be a very neatly timed code 60, Andrew Marriott. We're not there yet, but if it is, this will be a prime time to make your final pit stop.
Yeah, well, I've just queued up Seb Morris here at very much in his casual clothes now. Seb, massive disappointment for you in that Lamborghini. You thought you had a chance of the win, I think.
Yeah, I think the win would have been slightly out of question because the Audi's just so quick. I mean, the Audi's got a better BOP because they've got a slightly different driver lineup than us. But I think we would have been in for a podium. It's a real shame Sebastian Baltzar crashed out, but I've just heard the news that we've won the GT3 Pro Championship this year, so at least that's something to lighten the spirits.
You can have a beer at least on that. Seb, obviously, when Bentley pulled out of racing, I mean, you were a factory Bentley driver. I mean, you lost your big career move, didn't you?
Yeah, it was very sudden. There wasn't a lot of warning in it at all. So luckily, Leipert have been great with me, give me a drive in both the Super Trofeo and the GT3, which has kept me busy. But next year, I'm looking towards doing British GT and going back to my roots and trying again to win another championship in that.
Yeah, of course, you were champion in 2017, wasn't it?
Yeah, not 1917.
No, I shows how So, Seb, meanwhile, over the winter, Dubai is a possibility, Dubai 24?
Yeah, Dubai 24 is maybe a possibility, but I'm more focused on looking forward to next year. This year's been good because Leipert have helped me out with different things and bobs, but I want to do a full championship and go for the overall win again.
Absolutely. I'm sure you're going to bounce back from that Bentley disappointment, Seb. You deserve it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Seb has always been quick in whatever he's driven. Moved into single-seaters after that, but a GT man through and through now. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see if he does end up in British GT next year, which manufacturer that will be with. We have gone code 60, as I suggested, so this is a good time for many teams that need fuel to get them to the finish to take that fuel, but of course they will only be allowed to take 50% of their normal allocation. Is that going to be enough? Well, for a GT car, certainly not, because there's still 60 minutes left on the clock. Matt Rivard's Ginetta is being towed clear and to the safe side of the concrete blocks at Fangio Corners. This is also a good opportunity on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, to give you a rundown of the current standings heading into the final hour of the first ever Hankook 24 Hours of Sebring. AC Motorsport are hanging on to the race lead. They're doing a bit more than that, actually, because I'm sure blood pressure started to rise at the Belgian squad when Mathieu Detry on a couple of occasions stopped on the racing track in the lead of the class, but it is much more of an established lead now at nearly 2 minutes. Now that's timed under a code 60, we must remember, so it's probably closer to a minute, maybe just under 60 seconds, but still manageable, I would say, to the finish for Mathieu Detry and AC Motorsport. Second is Konstantin Kletzer in the number 1 Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power racing car. Andrew Marriott reporting to me that the lead car is in. Just do the rest of these standings and then he can report on that stop. The 1-1 Motorsport Golf, the green coloured car, is in third. Then it is the TCX leader, Driver Racing 226 Ligier JS2R. The CWS Engineering Ginetta is the reason why the code 60 is out and has now been withdrawn, in fact. So we are back to full speed racing, but minus Matt Rivard's car, which has had to be towed to a safe location. The Red Camel Jordans.NL Audi never even took the start of the race. In GT, Retronic Racing lead this part of the race, although they are now in the pit lane. Car number 18 from Herbert Motorsports Porsche, Ralph Bone, that's just made a stop and is back out again, so Ralph Bone taking over from teammate Daniel Allerman. 955 is the Villy Motorsport by Ebby Motors Porsche 991 class car, so that's a class leader in third overall. Second in that class and fourth overall is the 907 RPM racing car, now driven by gold-rated Andy Lally. Greg Gorski drives the 710 Lippert Motorsport Super Trofeo Lamborghini, so car up as high as 5th, and up as high as 6th place, the X car up as high as 5th, and up as high as 6th place is the GT4 Raymond car number 470. Then in second place in GT4 it's the 438 SD Racing BMW. The 92 Herbert Motorsport Porsche has had various issues, but the 92 is still running. That's Felix Neuhofer. In 9th position, the MRS GT Racing car 987, which is second in class. 10th position, Heart of Team Racing, no longer in the race, I'm afraid to say. The 421, despite it having a few dents and dings, is still going with Ken Goldberg. Then the Wells ahead of the BMW M Motorsport in 12th, ahead of the BMW M Motorsport. And after that, we are into retirements. Line Tech Motorsport, the 489, hasn't done laps for a good portion of time. And the final two cars on the slate are no longer running either. Lion Speed by Car Collection and the 989 MRS GT Racing car. With the standings done, heading into the final hour, let's get straight to Andrew Marriott in the pits.
It's technical. Stay on it.
We will get to Andrew very shortly indeed. He's raring to go. And Miklas Born is likewise really hustling on here in third position. Unfortunately for him, he's 10 laps down from the class leader and, well, only 4 laps away from, oh no, that's a big pardon, Felix Neuhofer, misreading that. So actually 11 laps down from the race leader, 10 laps down from the second place car. The scrap to look out for in TCR is definitely for first and second, but there's almost 2 minutes between those two cars, and that for Konstantin Kletzer appears, on the face of it, to be too big an ask, unless of course, drive Gremlins creep back in again, Peter Snowden.
I was going to put something to you, Johnny. 278 AWS car that's had a roller coaster race, shall we say?
Yeah,
at the very least.
Just a bit.
At the very least. It's been returned to the pits. We don't know what's failed with it. Of course, it could be. This could be completely speculative. Well, it is completely speculative. It might be running dead last at the moment, but it's not a matter of position. It's not a matter of points now. It's a matter of pride. With 54 minutes to go, if that car can be got going again, I wouldn't be at all surprised if they just got it to go round again just to take the flag, to prove the point and that sense of pride and complete the last lap of the race. Wouldn't be at all surprised knowing Colin White and his crew. They've worked so hard, tirelessly, to get this car this far, and unless it's something completely terminal, like an engine, gearbox, driveline or something, I wouldn't be in the least bit surprised if that car reappears and just says a little bit of a swan song, just a couple of laps at the end.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the least that they deserve, considering the amount of effort that they've put in to keep that car running. It's been an effort in itself just to source that car, by the sounds of things, and you ever get the feeling that a race is just not going to plan and just not in your favour, well, this is definitely it for Colin White. But the thing about him and everybody else that he drives with, this will not beat him. In fact, he'll just come back stronger in the next round, and I'm sure his name's already down on the entry list for the Dubai 24 Hours, and there are a number of other crews as well that you can label that attribute next to, because, I mean, Charlie Putman put it expertly well when we chatted to CP Racing's driver and team owner earlier on. You're going to hit bad luck and non-finishes far more than race wins, but that won't deter us, basically. You know, he said you've got to keep coming back stronger, because actually the high that you get from winning a race, from winning your category, is far higher than a low would ever be in terms of its how low that will get you, because you know the highs basically outweigh any lows that you might encounter. It's the shorter way of explaining that.
It's a ratio, isn't it? There's only one winner. Of course, there's only class winners as well, but there's only one winner. So it's a very good way of Charlie Putman putting it, as you say. Very erudite. Herberger at the moment is Sven Herberger at the moment is still only a lap ahead then after a pit stop, doesn't it? That's not entirely good. 4 minutes, it couldn't be a lap anyway. So indeed it is. The Retronic Racing Audi has been into the pit, so that should be settling down. So I think that's about 30 seconds off the end of its lap. So that'll trigger the time beam in a minute. We are obviously back to green flag racing. It was very short. Code 60 to short code 60 to 8. Matt Rivard driven CWS Engineering Jeanette at G55. We're hoping isn't a completely terminal failure on that car, and it will perhaps get to rejoin us for the end. The times will settle in a minute. Our timing screen will update any second now as Sven Herberger crosses the line in the Audi R8 LMS. And as we thought, it is just now 5:34 laps completed for the lead car now. Ralph Bond in the Herbert Motorsport Porsche 911 GT3R is just 2 minutes down, so they're just under a lap, isn't it? 2:06 and 2:05. That gap's come down a little bit now. So there's still 51 minutes left of this 24-hour race, our inaugural 24 hours at Sebring. Very famous, world famous, of course, for its 12-hour races. Since 1952, I think it was. The first one was actually run. 1950, the circuit first ran. I think it was 52 was the first one. So celebrating an O anniversary next year. And you never know, we might still have this on for Robert. It's Herbert Motorsport. They're not going to give up just yet. 2 minute gap it is. On the outlap in third position is still those three Porsches that we've had of Herbert Motorsport by Ebby Motors and RPM Motorsport by Ebby Motors and RPM Racing. Leipart Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan position. Jason Hart in the Nola Sport Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 in 6th overall. Yes, I did say GT4 car in 4th overall. And to be fair, I forgot to say that the Leipart Motorsport Lamborghini is a GTX car in 5th position.
Plenty of curbing taken there by Sven Herberger, so an indication of how hard he's pushing even this late on in the race. 2 minutes, as Snowy correctly identifies as the lead margin. And when you consider this is a race that's been going on for 24 hours, minus that segment for the red flag, but really, I mean, what was that? A couple of hours? Or was it not even an hour, the red flag?
I don't think it was even an hour, was it?
Okay, so 23 hours. Well, it will be by the end of this final 50-odd minutes. And to have the top two separated by pretty much a lap is testament to how close these cars have been, testament to their balance of performance, first of all, to get an Audi and a Porsche pretty much level pegging in terms of their average lap times, but then to Rutronic Racing and to Herbert Motorsport for not missing a beat for this twice around the clock event. And red flags never fall at a convenient time, because you know, you might have been nearing the end of a stint. You might have just started off a stint with brand new rubber but a heavy car and looking to pound round to try and get some of that lost time back again. And then you get a red flag out of nowhere. And that rather does skew the rhythm of the race. So testament to those drivers that were involved immediately after the red flag for getting back into the groove as quickly as possible, but also for those running the spreadsheets, running the tactics on the Pratt perches up and down pit lane, for having to adjust on the fly and work out who's going to be in the car and at what point for the closing hours. So heading then out of the latter portion of the lap is up towards Bishop, and now turns 15 and 16 at Le Mans. So almost another lap completed. And that is the lap that is between these two cars. So if I tell you that the Porsche is at one end of the Ullman Straight, now turning right into Sunset Bend, and if I peer further back down the Ullman Straight, just about spot the Rutronic Racing Audi in its black and red colours. It whistles through underneath the bridge at Sunset Bend and now onto the start-finish straight. So both cars are on the same bit of racetrack together. Sven Herberger trying to put a full lap on the field. And wouldn't that look like a dominant victory for the Rutronic Racing crew if they can do that? I mean, it's important that Sven doesn't get too distracted in trying to achieve that and throw the car off the road by trying to lap everybody, but it might just come to him. The pace at the moment is probably good enough, although last time around he was slightly slower than Ralph Bone. I think in the balance of play, Sven Herberger is marginally quicker, and this final 3/4 of an hour should allow the 18 car to nip by the 91 Porsche and put it a clear lap ahead. This is lap 537, but for the Porsche it's chasing lap 536 for Ralph Bone. Sergei Nikolai, by the way, who's the Romanian element of the Vili Motorsports Porsche, is running in still third position with it's faint hope, if that, for Andy Lally, who is 10 laps away from a potential class lead in the 991 class. So Andy Lally, with all his experience around this place, they just haven't had the luck at RPM Racing and Tracy Crone Racing to get that all-green 907 car into a position where they can win the separate 991 class for Porsche Carrera Cups. But still, you know, we're talking less than a lap after this amount of time of racing, Peter. Peter Snowden.
It was a red flag.
Okay. Yeah, so it will be 22 hours and 47 minutes by the end, which is good going for a 24-hour race when you consider recent form. I mean, how long did the Nürburgring 24 hours actually last this year? It was nothing like 24 hours.
Well, you were at 9 hours, I think it was.
Yeah, and last year...
Of racing
rather than of a red flag. Last year we lost a significant portion overnight as well. Dubai, 24 hours at the start of season 2020, was a real washout, unfortunately. Managed to make barely 7 hours. It was just beyond 7 hours of racing time. But unfortunately that had to be curtailed well short.
Well, the point of 9 hours of 24-hour race Nürburgring is that 15 hours of it didn't run.
Yeah,
that's the odd. So think of it that way round. It's slightly odd, isn't it?
Yeah, but with climate change seemingly more and more frequent, the influence of climate change on motorsport, maybe this is what we've got to become used to when we go racing in various parts of the world where weather systems aren't necessarily going to be playing ball. It's sometimes a tricky thing getting to the end of a 24-hour race. That's the reason why the kind of keys hold in the more the decent, a bit more decent period here. So Le Mans the year, so held as close as possible today of the year, and June you would expect more sunshine than rain, and here in Florida the Sebring 12 hours, which is held every March, again, that tends to be generally good weather, although there have been some real miserable 12 hours through the years as well. You can't predict these things, just pick a date, pick a weekend, and hope that it happens. And hope that it happens. And again, you know, for reasons very much out of the control, this event very nearly didn't happen at all because the cars were on site so much later than was planned because of the tropical storm in the Atlantic. They were also late before that, leaving Rotterdam. Actually, to get the first ever Sebring done and virtually dusted, we're 45 minutes away now from the end. It's just an awesome, supreme effort from everybody involved. I go back to my point about the corner workers as well, who certainly hadn't planned to spend their Sunday here at Sebring. It was initially a Friday, Saturday race. So massive thanks to all you guys as well. Hopefully, of a shot of a PA speaker, although the race car's no doubt drowning us out, generally speaking, and that's exactly as it should be.
And of course, not to mention the from Florida. So
yes,
it's a huge commitment to families, etc. You said the call giving here in Florida. So yes, Friday, Saturday, make all their plans, whatever, and also Sunday as well. And so all the organisation, if you say that it all happens, but you can have the circuit in place, corner workers, the everything. You can't do it. Ain't got no cars. And they're in containers, and they're sitting in Rotterdam, as you say. Is day late they left there or something? It was that.
I think it was.
Creventic had to pay for that additionally because they just got left behind apparently. And then you say they get the weather elements, and you can't imagine it. And we joked a little bit earlier in the show, didn't we, about cars coming out of containers, virtually with almost sort of like a Top Gear. BBC, drivers in cars, suited up stuff of, drivers in cars, suited, helmeted and ready, drive out of containers onto the track and go into a gap between it. It almost, life imitated art, didn't it, on that one?
You have visions of these huge rolling trucks, arriving with the containers, and as they drive, as in motion, kind of Italian job style, the doors fling open and cars drive out, the doors fling open and before the lorries are even parked up. And
that's what I call a rolling start.
Yes, absolutely. Well, I think that's a
rolling start.
Yes, absolutely. Well, I think that's a good don't do it from the track. Possibly might not be wagon. Possibly might not be signed off by health and safety.
So we'll be here this time next year, calling exactly the same race and saying, "They listen to us. They've actually done it."
Yeah. Years that Snowy and I have. Very, very few of them have actually come to reality, strangely enough. But there's time yet.
Even less are broadcastable.
Yes. I just thought you could say some ideas within broadcasting that we never quite got to. That too. Anyway, 41 minutes to go, and the Lifer Ligier JS2R also has potentially a slight problem with the window. It looks like it's protruding the door frame very slightly, but that may have been a slight niggly issue for a while now. And that segment removed from the rear diffuser of the Ligier JS2R. So it heads behind the trees, through Fangio, and on towards Collier Corner, or turn 10 first of all, then Collier towards Collier Corner, or turn 10 first of all, then Collier at the 11, which is the right-hand kink, before a much more substantial braking zone into Tower at 13. Some traffic around for the driver of 226 to deal with as well, which is still Cedric Huyot, with Alexander Marmarinu as the GTX, not quite the leader, second place car, number 987, because race leader in GTX, which is the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan, car numbers a cup car, remember, part of the Super Trofeo North American Championship. Well, actually, it's more likely to be a European-based car, it being from Lippert, and the 710 for the final gulp of fuel to get it home for the final 40 minutes. Those cars won't be burning fuel quite to the extent of a GT3 car, so during its stint lengths, I would imagine the 710 may be able to make an hour and 10, an hour and 15. It won't need anything like that, though, in the closing stages. And interestingly, if it's taking fuel now, then it chose not to take fuel during the code 60 that was thrown because of Matt Rivard's issue with the Ginetta, a car that hasn't been seen since, unfortunately. So 278 still in the pit lane, and since, unfortunately, surely in true #this is endurance, they will be hoping that that car can return to the racetrack for the final lap, ideally for a few more laps than that. But ideally for a few more laps than that, but with frantic work taking when, or indeed if, that car will appear again. VW Golf putting the power down out of turn 10 and into Collier Corner, that being driven by Konstantin Kletzer. 1 minute and 33 now is the gap to Detry. So that was a lap that was a second faster for Konstantin Kletzer. I'm not convinced that these gremlins being experienced by the 188 AC Motorsport car have entirely gone away, you know. So 1 minute and 33, if things stay equal, that would be a comfortable victory. But I don't think Mathieu Detry is relaxing one bit just yet with 38 minutes still to go, because it could happen around the very next corner. Something could befall the AC Motorsport Audi, which has been very well behaved to this point. It's nearly completed 500. The AC Motorsport Audi, which has been very, you know, 540 for the overall leader, but the TCE race nearly done 500 laps, which is a huge effort around this 3.6 mile part concrete, part asphalt circuit, and it's broken many other cars already, including a couple of GT4s, the GTX runner number 989 from MRS GT Racing, and also 2 GT3 cars, the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini, the 85 Mercedes of CP Racing, and more recently the GT4 car from Heart of Racing Team. Their Aston Martin can go no further. And does that provide the opportunity for Boris Gimon to gain a place? Well, you would have thought so. And Max Hesser as well, which is running as the Stone Last car currently, number 17th position. I think both of those cars will effectively inherit a race position, because the 423 is slipping further and further down the order. It will not finish, although might have done enough ground to actually be classified, that Aston Martin, but it is likely at this speed to fall behind both the Vortex, number 701, and the BMW M4, the brand new BMW M4, car number 82.
Johnny, with 36 minutes left on the clock, well, just under 37 in reality. Ralph Bone in the 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche has brought the gap down to under 2 minutes, just under 2:04.9, call it a 2:05. Race leader Sven Herberger is done at a 2:07. It's switched around. The Porsche now suddenly setting times a second quicker. It's getting itself under. They're on the. It is 541 and 540 laps, but he's going to be. He's now effectively on the same lap. It's the tail end of that lap, if you like. It's just because the Audi's completed the lap soon, if you see what I mean. It's just got onto the same lap now, and it's not visual yet. Now we were talking about driver change for this cars and what might go for the last 30 minutes, which were 5 minutes. 5 minutes off now, as we're talking about. This is still possible. We are 23 and a half. This is still possible. We are 23 and a half hours almost at cars are just 2 minutes apart.
Yep.
With a driver change for at least one, if not both of those cars to come, I believe.
Yeah, that's an interesting question you pose there. I reckon 18 will need a driver change because it came in with an hour and a half still to go. On the other hand, the 91 should be fine to the finish, because I reckon they pitted under the previous code 60. So Snowy's going to find out how long Ralph Bone has been at the wheel, how long Sven Herberger has been driving that car as well.
Sven Herberger 9 laps, Ralph Bone 11 laps.
9 laps. Okay, so they both. I reckon they both pitted then under the code 60.
So they may not need to yet.
So 530. Let's just have a look. 532 laps had been done by Elia Earhart when he handed over to Sven Herberger, and 3 laps prior to that, Daniel Alleman came in to switch to Ralph Bone. I think that will sync up with when that code 60 came out to deal with the Ginetta, which slowed and ultimately stopped at turn 9, Fangio. So does that provide the saving grace, effectively, and allow these cars now to reach the finish? The other question mark I posed at the time was, would half the amount of fuel that they would normally get be sufficient when they were pitting on the hour? Because that code 60 came out right on the hour, and I mentioned at the time it could be very convenient indeed for a lot of the teams. But the one thing that's not helpful is that you can only take on board effectively 30 minutes worth of fuel rather than the full 60. So the boffins on the pit lane will have been doing the calculations, and of course they'll have live telemetry from the car as well to tell them how much fuel is on board, and therefore they can work out the current rate of fuel burn, whether they'll be able to get to the finish. I don't think, well, neither team are going to be risking anything here. They're in a great position to either finish first if you're Rutronic, or finish second if you are Herbert Motorsport, Precoat Herbert Motorsport. And with a minute and 55, they don't want to leave anything to chance here, because if Rutronic don't pit and Herbert are happy to push on, that's when the gap can really come in, because Sven Herberger, if he runs out of fuel, will be very much in the firing line then, and a sitting duck, if you like, to Ralph Bone in car number 91. They might have to only come in for the final run of 15 minutes to the flag, but I don't think they're going to be running it very close indeed. It's dependent on how much fuel was in the tank already with 60 minutes to go, and then how much fuel they were allowed to put in as well. The number 1 positional light illuminated on the side of the Audi as it bumps and bores its way through Sunset Bend, way out towards the wall. And Sven Herberger, despite not showing the same sort of lap times that Markus Winkelhock was able to extract from this car earlier on in the race, the pace is still very good for Sven. He's comfortable lapping in the mid 206s and sometimes close to 207s. The car ultimately capable of a low 202, but Sven does not need to be driving the door mirrors off this car at this stage, just needs to keep it on the straight and narrow, tick off the laps, and he's probably got about 7 more to go on the current rate of lap time and time left on the clock. I think I saw an estimated lap distance a short time ago of about 550 laps, and we're currently working lap 544.
Yeah, metronomic, consistent 206s, 207s, that's all he needs to do, isn't it? And keep it out the scenery. It's the big thing, or not rotated or anything. Pressure on, but he's got to do, I think he's got his head around it at the moment. He's halfway through this lap now, 206.997. Ironically, they're set by an Audi at 997 in there. But call that a 207. I think 202 was set quite a bit early on. The Herbert Motorsport car in second place, that was also a 202.8, so they're only 0.7 a second between them over the fastest laps of the race. 1 minute 55 it was, the gap between them, and Sven Herberger is about 30 seconds off completing this lap once he gets through the traffic lights ablaze, coming up behind the 710 Lamborghini and one of the 907 Porsche. He will pass, sorry, this is the second place car, my apologies. Ralph Bone going to come across those traffic in a minute. Onto Sunset Bend, right into our view now. Parting of the ways for them as the Porsche tries to go through now. He's decided not to go through the middle of the pair, but
yeah, well,
a little bit indecisive there for a moment. It was almost, I thought the two, the Lamborghini and the Porsche, slower category cars were going to keep out of the way. Indicator nicely on a Lamborghini for us there. I'm sure that's something you don't want to fall into as well. It might just well be knocked. It is a road-based car. It needs to have those things on as a matter of homologation. They're not really used on the track as such, but the last thing you want to do behind in a faster class car and you see an indicator going is read it as if you're on the road. Oh, he's on the road. Oh, he's indicating left and he's keeping out of my way, and he's just caught the stick and it's really lapsed. You don't want to be following that.
Well, that is exactly what Indy Al Miller did in 10, so he stayed well over to the left, but Andy Lally, not a bit of it in the 907 car, because he's running in second place in category. Yeah, 24 odd minutes down from Sergei Nikolai, and no chance of catching the Romanian, but nevertheless, Andy Lally not wanting to give up time unnecessarily to Ralph Bone, and saying to Ralph, well, if you want to lap me, you'll have to do it the more difficult way. Off the racing line, and the race, of course, during drivers' briefings, if you're in the slower car, you are. And the race, of course, during drivers' briefings, if you're in the slower car, you are told to stay. I'm sure Ralph Bone will do that. Lee, smack of the curb there for the ST Racing BMW. Smack of the curb there for the ST Racing BMW number 438. Looks very striking in its dark-ish livery, but some interesting blue, kind of blue spec flashes all the way down that car. The rear was a similar colour when we, but now rather been covered with fuel through the course of the last 23.5 hours or so.
Like a Nirvana album cover, isn't it? Like a Nirvana album cover, isn't it?
Ah, yeah, okay. Just need the swimming baby
I was
to finish it off.
next, exactly.
But I see where you're going with that. 4.38 then heading the 10, turn 10 and turn 11. Collier and out towards 12 and 13. Tower arrives next then for John Miller. He is only 36 seconds away from Jason Hart and lapping more consistently than Jason Hart. And that is for the leading. So I don't think that's quite done yet. 2 seconds gained last time around by John Miller. He needs to be doing that every single lap, really. And they are lapping, well, in the 2.18s, 2s at times. Jason Hart's gone across the line actually to do a 2.16 in 16s at times. Jason Hart's gone across the line actually to do a 2.16 in this car, the 4.7, possibly though, from John Miller, who is only 36 seconds away. We're talking about the top two in GT3 being separated by just 1 minute and 52 seconds. We'll try 36 seconds in GT4. There was a time when, during the middle portion of the race, we had 3 GT4 cars all gunning for the podium. Well, since then, unfortunately, the Aston Martin has dropped away and dropped away into retirement. Unfortunately, the Aston Martin has dropped away and dropped away into retirement. But it's by far from decided just yet. Yes, the time is whittling away for John Miller, but last time through, again, he was a full second quicker than Jason Hart. That is down to 35 seconds now between than Jason Hart. That is down to 35 seconds now between car 4 chasing GT4 runner of John Miller. In TCR, Mathieu Detry still out front by 1 minute and 33 seconds, as there's going to be a late pit stop for Max Hesse and the BMW M4, which will feel that it's been in a race by this point, although it has had plenty of work done in the garage behind the wall, and I'm sure Andrew Marriott won't be very far away from this final pit stop for the brand new BMW M4. And Andy raring to go for the final few stories. I don't think we've seen them all yet unfold. This race for me, Andrew Marriott, still got a little bit more to give.
Yes, I haven't been slacking, you know. We've had some technical problems down here, apparently with a generator, which drives our system for some reason. So it's not just the cars that get beaten up by Sebring. So we've been watching stuff, but haven't been able to communicate. It's always frustrating. So I'm just walking down to BMW at the moment and just seeing what's going on here. The car is sitting there right at the moment. And just as I get a little bit closer, the door is open, and the RLL team are just looking around and climbing out. That's the sound of the V6, a straight 6 engine, and a bit of I hope to get an interview here, but at the moment, the driver's reporting back to team management, Max Hesse, the young man from Germany. Not going to mix up his nationality again. But at the moment, I don't have a camera, so I might have to just do it on audio. And so I'll wait for Max to take his crash helmet off. And he just gave the thumbs up to the team. So I think I'll go back to you until he sorts himself out, Johnny, because it's taken a little while to get his helmet off, and he's in a bit of a debrief as well at the moment.
Give us a shout. I'm sure he's not very far away, and if Max is out of the car, therefore it will be taking over, and if not, I'm just trying to remember whether Neil said to Andrew whether he would be doing any more driving, but the P4 entered car has one or two other drivers to call upon, like James Clay, Robbie Foley, Bill Oberlin as well. So it's been a stellar lineup for BMW fans, for those associated with BMW for a long period of time, as is the case with Bill Oberlin and Robbie Foley, or just in their first few years for Neil Verhagen and Max Hesse. But there will be names of the future those two 20-year-olds, part of the BMW junior team and junior initiative to get new drivers into the GT3 and GT4 programs for BMW in the future. 24 minutes left of the 24 hours of Sebring, the first ever running of the Hankook 24 hours of Sebring International Raceway. And the 907 car of Andy Lally being driven expertly well by a man, as you would expect of his experience, knows this place intimately as well, and lending his experience to RPM Racing and to Tracy Crone Racing in their green with the blue body stripes machine. So 907 heading to the real quick stuff now through Fangio corner, has the race leader behind Sven Herberger. This is lap 5:48. We are going to go a bit further than 5:50. In fact, the estimated lap time a little while ago was 5:50, but we might eke out 3 or 4 more laps on top of that. John Miller is in to the pits. So was that actually a false gap because John O's is a pit stop and maybe Jason Hart does not within GT4, because that 34.5 seconds, which was again coming down in the favour of the chasing car, ST Racing's BMW, will open up significantly now because of a late pit stop required for car 438. The gap had actually closed to 47, no, rather it's opened up now to 47.8 seconds, so it got down to something like 33 before John's final stop of the race, but now will extend back the other way and take the pressure off Nola Sport and their Porsche 718 Cayman GT4. So Jason Hart continues to lead the GT4 category as the Audi heads into the final corner at turn 17 to tick off one more lap. That's 5:48 now in the book. And we can go to Andrew Marriott, who has managed to wrestle Max Hesse away from his driver's briefing.
No, I haven't actually. You're still in discussion about four engineers. But I was just going to report on the BMW. It went straight to the field. Obviously, needed fuel, so it just went straight to the fuel. I don't know if you can have a splash and dash with these pumps, but as far as I can see, and I'm about a quarter of a mile away, to be honest. No, I can't really see, but I think it was just a quick splash of fuel to get it to the finish.
Okay, well, thank
you
for
that. So maybe that battle's not over yet.
Yeah, indeed. It could still very much be alive, because we don't yet know whether Jason Hart will have to do the same too. So really useful information that regarding ST Racing. John Miller is giving it his absolute all to try and stay in touch with Jason Hart, lapping more quickly than the Nola Sport Porsche. But is it just a little bit too little too late as we're now in the final half an hour of the race? 2:29.6 will be his in lap then. We'll give him a couple of laps to get up to speed in a slightly heavier car, but they kept the same tyres on that car, so they should stay nice and warm and toasty for the closing laps. And John Miller, this would be one heck of a drive if he can close in, at the very least close in on the 470, and the dream scenario would be to try and hustle past that car on the final few laps. It really would be probably the final tour if you could get it done, but not giving up just yet. Sven Herberger likewise I'm sure not thinking that they have won this race just yet, but a minute and 49 seconds is certainly going in the right direction to take victory for the first time this year for an Audi R8 LMS. And it will be the first time in nearly 3 years, actually, where an Audi has been victorious in the 24H series, looking all the way back to 2019, when that number 88 car collection motorsport Audi took victory at the Dubai. It was the year before it was rather washed out in the start of last year. The BMW M4 is back on the move. Quite a lengthy stop for car 82. Neil there. Yeah. The BMW M4 is back on the move. Quite a lengthy stop for car 82, actually, and has brought it back in again the very next time around, because Max Hesse was at the wheel. Neil Verhagen took it over after being fueled, and he's had to come back into the pit lane the very next time around. Very impressive light show at the front of the BMW as the white headlights cycle up and down on the nose of the car, and are far more intense than those amber headlights that sort of sit there constantly, but that's more for for it to be identified rather than to see where the driver is going. I'm sure those high-intensity white LEDs were in full use overnight. Let's go back to the pit lane. 19 minutes to go of the Sebring 24 hours. Here's Andrew.
Yeah, just ticking off somebody else I haven't spoken to this race meeting. It's Robbie Foley here, already in his civilian clothes. Robbie, obviously it was an extended test. It didn't go perfectly, but I suspect you learned a lot, and all help for next season.
Yeah, absolutely. We're quite happy with the car and the reliability. We've had a couple of small issues, mainly related to incidents on track. So the car's been running very well, and as you say, yeah, it's an endurance test, and what better place to test endurance than Sebring? So, yeah, it's an honor for me to be a part of this and to drive with the junior guys and Bill and James. We've had a lot of fun so far. The team's done a great job, and yeah, 18 minutes to go. So.
Is this car going to be a winner for you next season with Turner Motorsport?
Yeah, absolutely. I drove it in wet and dry, and it feels good. It's going to be a good one.
You must be very happy with your last 2 or 3 seasons. I mean, you've really made great strides, haven't you, in American sports car racing, Robbie?
Yeah, absolutely. This year in IMSA, we were very close to the championship until the last couple of races, and I've had a couple of wins each year. So it's been a great pleasure to work with Turner and BMW, and yeah, this is a cool project to help prepare us for next year. So
it can never be dull driving with Bill Oberlin.
Exactly, it's always exciting for sure.
Robbie, thanks very much. Best of luck for next season.
Thanks.
Yeah, Robbie Foley getting some really useful seat time. When you think about the new venture for Turner Motorsport taking on board one of these new cars, which will be in, well, they're all going to be GT3 derived cars in IMSA next year, rather than having the GT Le Mans cars, which are inspired, or rather adopting the rules from the ACO type racing. So we'll have GT Daytona Pro and standard GT Daytona, which will be the Pro-Am combination of drivers within IMSA. But exciting to have both Pro and Am drivers effectively racing the same type of GT car, the same specification of GT car. It will really equalise the field. And actually the US adopting those rules, 2 years before the ACO do, because we know now that the future of GT racing at Le Mans will be at least derived from GT3, although with 1 or 2 tweaks is my understanding. So a sort of GT3 plus type formula for GT racing at Le Mans. But I think that can only be a good thing, Snowy, because we've almost reached the point now within the GTE world where you've got 3 cars to race, a Ferrari, a Porsche, or an Aston Martin, whereas in GT Daytona and IMSA, it's something like 11 or 12 different manufacturers.
Exactly. It's had, not knocking GT, it's been a fabulous category, but I think it's...
No, in the days when you had Ford GT and BMW exactly. And all that, but I think it's had
exactly
its day.
The point, that's exactly the phrase I was just going to use, Johnny. I think it's had its day, and it was a great and golden era almost, but it is time to move on. Great that America has dropped in this couple of years ahead, and it's I think it's brilliant for the fans and for the teams and drivers alike as well, and I look forward to watching it over the next couple of years, and maybe the ACO can bring it in perhaps a year ahead.
Yeah, there's the scope for that, I suppose, as well. 2023 looking like it will be, the GTE will be a Pro-Am category, so no out-and-out pro cars, but we do at least have 1 season of the World Endurance Championship next year to look forward to another stellar Porsche versus Ferrari battle. It all came somewhat to a head in the 8 hours of Bahrain a couple of weekends ago, and also Corvette signing up to the WEC for the first time, all 6 races. Nick Tandy, Tommy Milner, and for the extended races, Alexander Sims will be part of the lineup in the bright yellow Corvette, the mid-engine Corvette these days. So looking forward to calling some of those races in the World Endurance Championship with an American car, an American crew, very much from Detroit, taking part in the WEC in all of the rounds for 2022. But back to the matter in hand, 15 minutes still to go. Sven Herberger and Ralph Bone still only separated by 1 minute and 46 seconds. The gap between the top 2 in 9.91 is much more substantial, looking at the thick end of 20 minutes between Sergei Nikolai and Andy Lally, and massive credit to Willy Motorsport by Ebby Motors Hankook for their best result in an overall position ever. And we had that from good authority from Fabrizio Broggi earlier on. A late pit stop for the GTX race leader for Indy Al Miller in the number 710 Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. So the green and black Huracan in for its final, well, stop with the team. I was about to say fuel stop, but they're going to do a bit more work than that, in fact, on car 710. And Andrew Marriott is in the pit lane for us.
Yeah, and this is not a scheduled stop. It was only in 10 laps ago, maybe less. I think they're just checking. What are they checking? They seem to be checking all the wheels. They're shaking the wheels around, which we've seen a lot. Sometimes it's wheel bearings, sometimes it's drive shafts. The car up on the jacks, and well, still up on the jacks at the moment. The GTX leader. Just want to tell you a little story now. I was very worried earlier. I didn't report it at the time. Philippe Bonnet, who's the sort of lead driver with Vortex, collapsed in the pit and was had to get the medical people to him. I've just spoken to him now, and he's up again. He was just totally dehydrated and so much hard work that he was literally splayed out on the ground. And it looked to me as if Philip had had a heart attack or something. Certainly wasn't. He's well now, and he's just watching the Vortex come in for his last pit stop. And Seb Lejoy is going to get in the car for the final few laps here, Sebastian Lejoy. And this car driven by Philippe Bonnell and Boris Guimond. And Boris climbs out. He shrugs in a rather Gallic way, I have to say, and the special orange arrow that they have, which goes with the orange Vortex, is being held up because they are just looking at something at the left rear, and the cameraman's there, but maybe he doesn't realise it. He's actually got a mechanic right at his feet. But I love this little French car. Apparently, I'm told they built 5 of these altogether, and there the Chevy engine fires up and off it goes. So nice effort by Vortex to get the car to the finish, and I must say the driver who's climbed out is looking as if he's been working pretty jolly hard. But anyway, Vortex certainly add to this series of their, let's say, interesting motor car and Gallic charm.
Indeed so, with the door mirrors painted in the French tricolore. The man that's just got out is Boris Guimond, so I'm not sure whether he's up for a chat, possibly not, but thank you for the good news ultimately about Philippe Bonnell. It didn't sound particularly great in the real serious part of that incident. Collapsing to the ground is never a good situation, but an indication of how hard these racers are still pushing this late on into this event, and again the brutality of endurance racing, but also the nature of this circuit too. Even in IMSA, they only race for 12 hours, so doing double that amount for the first time in the history of this track is quite some undertaking. Yes, you're not doing it all on your own, but Vortex have, 5 drivers allocated to the 701. No, it's only 4 drivers. Philippe Azebrook, Sébastien Lejoux, who takes that car over from Boris Guimond, and Philippe Bonnell, who is very much part of the Vortex V8 project. They have run 2 cars at rounds of the 24H series previously, but here and at the Hungaro Ring a couple of months ago, it was just the 701. It's looking like they will get to the race finish, though, and I'm not sure everybody thought that would be possible for the French car with the huge American engine. Let's go back to Andrew Marriott. Still now 10 minutes to go. We're getting closer and closer. What have you got this time?
Well, here's one I haven't ticked off. Gerhard Watzinger, who sounds very German, but you've got an American flag on you.
Yeah, right. I moved here 27 years ago, so that's why I have a German flag on it. Oh, an American flag on it, yeah.
I know a young racing driver called Dennis Trebing, and he's similar. He's got both a German and an American flag on his race.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. Well, I drove in IMSA before where we had 2 flags, but then I finally moved over to the American flag, yeah.
Fair enough. So, what was the problem? That car just came in, you were shaking the wheels around.
Yeah, it was on the steering wheel column. You know, we already noticed that probably 2 stints before that the steering wheel was tilted about 10 degrees to the right. And it just got a little looser, so they had to tighten it. and once they're tightened, it should be good for the rest of the race.
So you're heading for a victory in the GTX class?
Yeah, it's surprisingly we have the victory. I think nobody can take that away anymore, but we want to actually drive through the finish line with the checkered flag.
And Gerhard, what do you do over in America? Presumably you're not a full-time race car driver.
Well, right now I'm actually retired. You know, I retired when I was 49. Yeah, so I'm a little older now. And racing has always been my passion. Work got in its way, so I said I stopped working and I dedicate my time to racing. So that's what I do full-time, but I used to be in a different business before.
Okay, and did you do any racing back in Germany when you were a kid?
No, actually, I didn't do much racing in Germany over there. I did a little bit Formula Ford, but nothing particular. I picked it up here in the U.S., started with Radicals, then moved over to IMSA Light, the DPO2 series in IMSA. Did a lot of LMP3 driving, and yeah, now I'm with Lamborghini.
And plans for next season?
Yes, it'll be Lamborghini in Europe again.
Excellent. Well, great to talk to you. And,
Thank you very much.
Another guy who's going to be standing on the podium at the end of all this.
Yeah, for Lippert Motorsports, and joined by his co-driver Al Miller, who thankfully is back out in the race. I mean, Gerhard makes the point that they've done enough distance anyway to probably win the class, but you can't win it from the pit lane. You have to cross the line and take the checkered flag. That's the true way to win a motor race.
And you can't win it at 515 laps into a 24-hour race. We've got to come in to have, of all things cured, the steering wheel tightened.
Yeah, when your steering wheel starts to fall off the steering column, that is the time to be slightly concerned.
Yes.
Especially around Sebring.
If the engineers don't know, that's definitely a box, isn't it, that one? Notice they still kept the left-hand indicator on, so there's still something wrong with that Lamborghini steering column. Also, I just like the idea of being able to retire at 49 and go motor racing. I'm still working on that.
Okay. Well, you're only a few years north of that.
I knew that
age.
would start. I knew that would start something. Yeah. I didn't say whether I was under schedule, over schedule, or whatever. Now, did I not predict that just before the end of the race, the 278 CWS Ginetta G55 might just reappear? I didn't write the script, but right on cue, 7 minutes to go. There it is, out on track again. I said they'd go out. It was a point of, not points, not principle. It was a matter of pride.
Matt Rivard staying at the wheel as well.
I've got something right. It's taken this long.
It's taken all season. Matt Rivard rejoining then after the difficulties at Fangio corner. And let's get straight back to Andrew. You will have seen the 278 return to the race.
Yeah, indeed, yeah, but I'm with one of the guys who's going to finish second, Daniel Alleman here. I haven't spoken all race to Daniel. Daniel, well, it looks as if you're just coming up a few seconds short. You've had a massive battle with the Audi, and I'm sure you've enjoyed it, but just a little bit short.
Yeah, it was a massive battle. It was, yeah. The Audi was very fast, much more faster than our car.
Yeah, do you think the Audi works a bit better around Sebring?
Yeah, and then we get a penalty, 2 minutes, and we don't understand it. I don't understand it, why they have the red flag made when they're on the refueling. We don't understand it.
Yeah, I mean, that would have made all the difference.
That must make the difference, yeah. Look, you have 1.47 seconds behind. Yeah.
I know. But yeah, again, the four of you drive so well together, and you're such a strong team.
Yeah, we are.
Great season.
Yeah, we like driving, and we are not so strong, but we are all together make a good job, and we make no mistake. And we have a good car, and the preparation on the car is fine. Yeah.
And a great team. Congratulations. So you never know. It's not over until it's over.
Yeah. Wait.
The grin from Daniel Alleman. I think he probably does know that it's over, but there are still 5.5 minutes left on the clock. 1 minute and 44 is the gap that separates the Rutronic Racing Audi from the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. But the point that Andrew and that Daniel Alleman were making there is that if the 2-minute penalty hadn't been issued, they would actually be 15 seconds in the lead if everything else had remained equal in this parallel universe that we're now talking about. But on the other hand, there was a strict regulation that says that you cannot fueling area into a race that has been red flagged. Daniel suggesting, well, how else were we expected to get out of the fueling area when you're in that position? Well, I suppose you just wait further instructions from the marshals there, and they will tell you how to rejoin the motor race. But it's 2 minutes that they will never get back again, and that will prove the difference between winning this race and finishing in second. But they have had an awesome year. They didn't take the victory at Dubai, but they've since then won 4 races and become a bit of a master of the 24-hour races, bar this one really at Sebring, because they were winners in the south of France at Le Castellet, Circuit Paul Ricard, when it was the same lineup, the 2 Renauers, Daniel Alleman and Ralph Bone victorious. That was off the back of the win at the Mugello 12 hours. They've taken victory at that event, the split race, Friday, Saturday, a number of times before, and again it's repeated in 2021. And since that, the win at Barcelona, which was a straight-through 24-hour race, and even without Robert Renauer in Hungary at the Hungaroring 12 hours, Daniel, Ralph and Alfred took the win there as well. So of 6 races prior to this event here at Sebring, they'd taken 4 wins. That is not a bad season for Herbert Motorsport.
By anybody's standards, it's not a bad season at all, is it? No.
So I think that once they're clear of this event, a couple of weeks into the future, they will reflect on season 2021 as a very successful one indeed, and something again to kind of carry the momentum on through into 2022. Maybe take another victory at the Dubai 24 hours, which is something they've done once before from memory, but you would have expected a team of their calibre to maybe have taken victory 2 or 3 times in Dubai. Well, January represents another chance to do that. They'll only have 90 cars to finish in front of in the United Arab Emirates. A really good lineup already in the offing for the first round of the new season,
which is remarkably only a few weeks away, given the delay of all this season. It suddenly seems we're that big winter gap. We're sitting here talking about. Well, we're not. It's actually middle of November already. In fact, it's late November already. In fact, we're nearly December, so it's less than 2 months away. The opening round. Thank goodness for that. It is also a way to end, assuming all things stay equal, with 2.5 minutes to go, so that's not risky. But Rutronic Racing, it's not just winning the 1-1, taking that off Herbert. Nothing but a Porsche's won all year, so it's the first potential non-Porsche win, but it's that one at the end of the year. Psychologically all important. It's the way to finish off the season. And just say, it's that one, isn't it? That last little bit, that little psychological sort of bit over your teammates.
And it's the one that lives in people's memories for a 6 or 7 week period as well, heading into the new season. I mean, I was suggesting to you earlier off air that there's sort of no off season really for the 24H series, considering round 1 is in January and round 7 is in November. The bigger gaps come in the summer period. But there's another championship that you and I have covered at times where Audi took a long time to take its first victory of the season. That's the NLS around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Hadn't won a race all year until NLS 9, where they finished, I think, 3rd on the road. But the 2 cars ahead of it were subsequently demoted places. The Porsche number 91 of Herbert Motorsport heading through Sunset Bend. We're getting closer to sunset on day 2 of this event. 90 seconds left on the clock, so time enough to head back to Mariotti in the pits.
Yeah, just a quick question to Jerry Williter from Creventic. Well, you pulled it off after everything was thrown against you.
Yes, you can say that. It was one big roller coaster. But I have to put my hat off for all the teams and especially the crew. They did it. So thank them very much.
Well, I think you've agreed to come back for next year.
Yes, we have a contract for 3 years, so we will definitely come back. And not for us, but we got a lot of teams. They say, okay, next year we will do it even more properly. So it's amazing, yes.
Great news, and I think you'll need some sleep tonight, won't you?
Not only me, I think all of us, and I think the most of them deserve it, so thank you.
Jerry, thanks. So we're going to watch the winner come across the line in a minute. We've got Marcus Winkelhock down here. They did a great job of it. In the end, Jerry, if it hadn't been for the penalty, the 2 cars would have been about 10 seconds apart now.
Yes, that is amazing. 24 hours in such a track and then 10 seconds or more, or even a lap. It's amazing. They did a wonderful challenge. Nice to see in GT3, GT4, TCR. It's amazing.
Very good, Jerry Willems there. And let's see what Marco Winkelhock's looking like. Marcus is just looking at the timing screen, keeping his fingers crossed, and we'll see it across the line in just a moment there. The boys are all up on the wall now, and this relatively, I suppose you call it, new team here, led by the former Le Mans winner Manuel Reuter, and just see, not all the drivers are down here actually. I thought all the drivers would be here, but I don't see them all. Earhart's down here. Obviously, Watten's in the car.
Ben Herberger,
right, there they
is
go, running
heading
to the
onto
pit wall
Ullman
there.
Straight for the final time. So we're moments away from the car crossing the line. You can get the reaction, Andrew.
Indeed, well, there they are. They're climbing the fence. Marcus Winkelhock is just jumped over the wall. He's going to join them, but he's a bit behind the rest of them. And the Audi representative as well from Audi Customer Racing. And they've run a superb race. God, do we think they got a little bit lucky with that penalty of the other team? And Marcus Winkelhock there pumps his fist into the air as the car comes across. And I'm going to dive in and get him in just a moment. I've got to hop over the pit wall as well. And I'll be in there in just a second. And here we are. Come on, Marcus. Get the cameraman to pay attention. Fantastic. What a victory for you. It's always great to win a 24-hour race, but this one was hard. Sebring.
It was hard, I have to say. Yeah, the conditions, they were really difficult all over the race, you know. When it started, the heavy rain, I could go like, I don't know, 120 kph on the back straight, a lot of aquaplaning, and it was really quite a challenging race, I have to say, yeah.
Because you've been the FIA GT champion in the past, you've won a lot of other races. How does this one line up against everything else?
It's nice, you know. I've won Nürburgring 24 hours already 3 times, Spa, and to win this race, it's one more in the collection. It's nice to have. Absolutely, I'm happy.
Brilliant, well done. The Winkelhock name goes in the victory book yet again.
Yeah, so here you go. Marcus Winkelhock taking victory as other cars up and down the order start the donuts. John Miller's just missed out on the GT4 class victory, but on the slowing down lap, he's certainly giving the fans their money's worth in terms of the extra rubber burning on the closing phase of that race for 448 ST Racing. But it is the 470 car that takes the GT4 honours. In 991, it will be Willy Motorsports by Ebby Motors with their best overall finish ever. And we really must spend a bit of time trying to catch up with either Fabrizio Brogi or a representative from Ebby Motors, because they have finished 3rd overall with their 991 class car. And now heading down the back straight for the final time, Mathieu Detry in the TCE series part of the race is going to take victory. This looked a little bit doubtful at times, but by a full lap actually, Mathieu Detry is going to win the TCE series part of the race. Remember, 2 races in 1 here at Sebring, and he is victorious after 514 laps, beating both of the Autorama Motorsport VW Golfs. Let's get plenty more reaction from Andrew.
Yeah, do you know what? It's starting to rain again. It's Manuel Reuter. Congratulations. You managed the car so well. This is not quite like winning Le Mans all those years ago. It's still a big moment for you.
For sure, I mean, it's our first endurance victory for electronic racing. I mean, the team is only 3 years old. And to win here the 24 hours in Sebring the first time in national one is also a big achievement, because I know how hard it is here. I lost a 12-hour race some years ago. No, it's super feeling, and also with Winky together, he was the game changer today. But at the end of the day, it was a hard week, but we won it all together, and we took the right decisions at the end of the day. Yeah. I'm super happy.
Congratulations, well done. Thank you. Thank you.
Vielen Dank from Manuel Reuter, and first ever win in the 24-8 for his team, Rutronic Racing by TECE. They've done it by 1 minute and 44 seconds and beating regular victors in this championship, not only in individual races but also in previous championships across the season as well. So is this the start of something rather special within the 24-8 series for Rutronic Racing by TECE? Herbert Motorsport happy to finish second, although there is a little bit of disappointment involved with that as well. More donuts from John Miller at the end of the lap in his ST Racing BMW on what is a very greasy circuit offline, and John Miller having missed out on the GT4 class win, but you wouldn't know it by the way that John is celebrating in the ST Racing BMW. It's the Porsche 718 Cayman of the NOLA Sport crew have taken victory, so well done to Matt Travis, Jason Hart, who was at the wheel in the closing stages, Anthony Noble, Alex Meyer and Zach Anderson. We heard from a number of that quintet actually, and they are the winners in GT4. Winners in the 991 class, as mentioned, Vili Motorsports by Ebby Motors. TCR going the way of the AC Motorsport crew of Belgium, and that's the TCE Series victory, of course, as well. TCX is won by Nordschleifer Racing with their somewhat dog-eared Ligier JS2R now. Cedric Huyot bringing that car over the line in the closing stages. And GTX is the one I've missed out, because that is Indy Al Miller in the 710 Lamborghini of Lippert Motorsport. But John Miller clearly realising those Hankooks aren't needed to go any further, so why not get them down to the canvas in the final corner of the lap. So an extra few donuts to celebrate getting to the end, and that shouldn't be underestimated. That's an achievement alone, getting to the end of the Sebring 24 hours. Sadly, 6, 7, 8 cars did not manage that feat, including, unfortunately, the Heart of Racing team Aston Martin, the number 10 Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini from GT3, the 85 crew, they were so excited at entering their first ever home race within the 24H series, but unfortunately they didn't have the good luck on their side after 12 hours of pretty much imperious running prior to the difficulty when Charlie Putman was at the wheel. 3 other cars, 2 from GT4 and 1 from GTX, not making the flag, but the Ginetta G55 from Colin White's crew, CWS Engineering in TCX, they did make the finish, but they didn't, I reckon, get enough mileage under the wheels to be classified as a finisher, but at least they saw the checkered flag. Here's Andrew Marriott with more reaction from the first ever 24 hours of Sebring.
Seb De Castro here is very happy with that.
Yes, very happy. Fantastic team. Willy Motorsport by Motor was born this year. Joint venture is fantastic, Italian and Romania together, and I'm very happy. All driver, Sergio Nicolai and Fabrizio Brogi, my other driver, is fantastic. He's fantastic. Drive very good. And 4 race and 3 win. I'm very happy. And you, Fabrizio?
Yes. Let's get Willy over.
Willy.
This is the man who masterminded it all. I don't know your real name, but you're Willy.
Yes, I am Willy.
Yes. Well, the boys did a fantastic job. And of course, the only car with just 3 drivers.
Yes, it's 3 drivers.
Of course, he wants us to work.
Hey, Maurizio.
Yeah. No, it was great. The best result we could ever dream of. Of course, it's based a bit on the unfortunate luck by somebody, because to arrive to a 3rd overall with the 911 Cup is almost impossible. No traction, no nothing, and the weather that was here was really incredible, and was a fantastic job. And the last race of the season, and hopefully a good beginning for next year.
And your story is amazing, because you went to Romania really to become a professional racing driver. An extraordinary thing to do.
You know, when you're young and you miss your chances and opportunities, then you end up discovering in the most incredible places something to start again. And we met in 2015, and we began with some Volkswagen Lupo.
Guys, go and celebrate. Well done. Thank you.
Fabrizio Brogi, I think we need him on a regular podcast, frankly. I mean, he's great value. Nick Damon discovered that earlier on as well. So VW Lupo began things for Vili Motorsport, and that connection between a small part of Romania and those 2 Italians that race for Vili Motorsport. Here is confirmation of the official result. First of all, in the GT series for the 24 hours of Sebring, powered by Hankook. It is a win for Rutronic Racing and a first victory for an Audi GT3 car in a 24-hour series race since the start of 2019. Rutronic Racing with Michael Doppelmayr, Markus Winkelhock, Elia Earhart and Sven Herberger will take the top step of the podium. Ralph Bone, Daniel Alleman, Alfred Renauer and Robert Renauer back up their 4 wins from earlier on in the year with a 2nd place here on the Floridian concrete. And the 955 Vili Motorsport by Ebby Motors Porsche is the third place car overall, but more crucially winning the 991 class, and that was the target at the start of this weekend's event. RPM Racing's number 907, Tracy Crone, Nick Johnson, Patrick Houseman and Andy Lally, I'm sure will be very happy with second place in their class. The GTX category was won by Leipert Motorsport for Greg Gorski, Gerhard Watzinger, Lance Bergstein, Al Miller and Kenton Cook. And Nola Sport are the winners in GT4, again with a 5 American driver lineup. So Matt Travis, Jason Hart, Anthony Noble, Alex Meyer and Zach Anderson. Then the ST Racing car, John Miller doing all of the what look like victory donuts, but they're actually for second place, finishing 7th overall in car 438, ahead of the Herbert Motorsport Porsche, the second Herbert Motorsport Porsche that is, number 92 in 8th place. 9th position, MRS GT Racing, number 987. That was still a runner in the closing stages. Ford 21, various panels dinged and dented, but they got it to the finish as well. Team ASP Tangerine Associates. The Vortex V8 completed the 24 hours of Sebring 2, as did the BMW M Motorsport, the invitational entry for the brand new M4 GT3 that we'll be seeing a lot more of in the new year. Heart of Racing team, sadly, retirement. Likewise, the 10 Leipert Motorsport GT3 Huracan. CP Racing out just beyond half distance. Rentec Motorsport didn't make the finish either, car 489. Nor did the final 2 cars on the slate, Lion Speed by Car Collection Motorsport, number 499, and the MRS GT Racing crew, number 989. TCE honours going the way of AC Motorsport for Stéphane Perrin, Mathieu Detry, who was driving the car to the checkered flag, Rick Breukers and Matthew Taskinen, finishing ahead of the number 1 Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Volkswagen Golf. Third was the sister car at Autorama, the Swiss team, number 112. Nordschleifer Racing take the TCX honours with car number 26 for Guillaume Romain, Luca Ayari, Cedric Huyo and Michel Salenbach, and they finish ahead of the Ginetta that did get to the checkered flag. It remains to be seen whether that car will be classified. Big question marks as to whether it actually completed the necessary 60% distance, but 278 will finish 5th in TCE. And I'll repeat again, unfortunately, the real fan favourites, Red Camel Jordans.nl, didn't even take the start yesterday afternoon. And with the cars now lined up on the start-finish line, but in Parc Fermé conditions, they are being closely observed. The last thing we want here is someone imitating Max Verstappen and starting to mess around with the rear wing of these cars. And that is to be avoided because they've been kept now in the safe sanctuary between the concrete walls of the start-finish line. It's actually very difficult to get to that part of the racetrack, even for Andrew Marriott, although he did find his way into the hot pit lane to interview Marcus Winkelhock, part of the winning lineup in car number 18.
I thought you were setting Andrew a challenge there.
Maybe I am, inadvertently.
Maybe you are, yes.
He'll pop into sight in a moment or two, right next to the BMW M4.
Yeah. What do you mean, Johnny?
Easy. Real easy task for me to complete. So we are going to have a little bit of time now whilst the podium is prepared, but a chance for Snowy and I to reflect on the whole of the race, and particularly our stints within it. The first ever Sebring 24 hours is completed, and I have to say more cars actually finished the race than I was expecting, and against all odds it has been a success.
Yeah, absolutely. And what are we talking? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 cars didn't finish the race. That's all, which is extraordinary. And extraordinary for a 24-hour race. Extraordinary for given the venue, Sebring, because it's. I think it was John Hindhoff said yesterday that pre-race that you need to make sure as a driver for this race you need to make sure you've got a good dental plan because it will shake your fillings out and. If that's going to do that to the drivers, what's it going to do to the car? Because the drivers at least get a break because they rotate to other teammates. The car does the whole race. And it's a credit that anything gets to the finish there. Great to see the CWS car come out. Not because I predicted it, but just to see that it's actually taken the finish. Just a little bit of a hell of a roller coaster for them for this race. Front rear end damage, quarter code 60, all sorts of problems with it, door sticking open. All sorts of things that you just wouldn't predict. But great to see that car out there and finished. Audi, I wouldn't have put it on as a bet on that one. Red Camel Jordan, that was a shame not to see that car just even take part. That was a great shame. I think, to be honest, Johnny, if you'd asked me for predictions before this, I'd have got it all wrong, because if you'd have said to me, what's going to win? Go on, just say it now, write it down, put it in a sealed envelope and let's talk about it now.
You would have said the 91 Porsche.
I'd have said one of the Herbert Motorsport Porsches, possibly a 1-2. I wouldn't have said an Audi. If you'd asked me who was going to run TCE, I'd have said one of the Autorama cars. And they didn't. They got resoundingly beaten. I did think that was what happened. It didn't. It just goes to prove it can change. An extraordinary race.
Yeah, and we had as many variables really that the elements could throw at us, because we had the showery rain, which didn't arrive in huge amounts. Yes, we had the deluge that caused the red flag, but the bigger issue, I thought, was that the rain arrived, then it went away again, then it came back again, and tyre choice was so tricky. Then the red flag of an hour and just over 10 minutes that everyone had to deal with, and then to know which driver to put into their car for the restart. So it's been such a trying event, but ultimately very successful, and a great way to crown season 2021 with the 24H series. Let's get straight to Nick Damon and to Andrew Marriott.
Yeah, well, it's Andrew here at the moment, probably my last interview of a long 24 hours with Rick Breukers. Congratulations, you won TCE, and in a car you didn't expect to be driving, I think, Rick.
Well, actually, I did expect to drive on this.
You expected to drive two, didn't you?
No, only this one, But I mean, we are very proud that we won this race. Especially my teammates did an amazing job. Mathieu, who drove most of the race, was really quick. Stefane and also Mathieu, they did an amazing job, and I think we can be very proud to finish first in this unique 24 hours of Sebring.
You enjoyed it? Very bumpy, though.
I definitely enjoyed it. It is bumpy, but that is what makes it special.
And Rick, next season you'll be back in Lamborghinis and various other cars?
I don't know. I will see if I get any opportunity, then I will take it. Otherwise, I will just have to see.
Okay, it was a big battle as well, of course, in that category, wasn't it, all the time?
Yeah, I mean, all the way to the end, it was quite close to P1 and P2, and that's always nice to have a good fight. So, it was very enjoyable.
Excellent. That's Rick Breukers then for Holland, winning the TCE category.
All right, buddy. Thank you. Bye.
Okay, I didn't know where to go.
So a chance now to look back on 24 hours of highlights, and good luck to all those involved at 021 for making this contained within something like a 90-second package, because there have been plenty throughout the course of 24 hours around the 3.6 miles of Sebring International Raceway.
with the podium ceremony, but we're just waiting for a couple of the winning teams and drivers to assemble, so it gives me a chance to have a chat with my esteemed pit lane colleague, Andrew Marriott, about what we've seen in the past 24 hours. And I suppose, Andrew, the most amazing thing is we actually got a race at all.
Absolutely. I remember when those crates were being unpacked just a little more than 24 hours ago, we thought they might never make it. Everybody just, that's motor racing, isn't it? Everybody really put their shoulder into it and got it done. And I think it's a huge tribute to all the teams, to the organisation, drivers, all our TV crew, everyone. What hard work, but it's worth it, isn't it, in the end?
Yeah, fantastic effort by everyone involved, especially the shipping companies and everyone else who actually managed to get the stuff. I can see one, our king shipper just over there in the Mercedes hat. We managed to circumnavigate some rules, which is very difficult to do in the world of customs clearance, so pretty impressive stuff. And we've had a fantastic race. But then, after all the issues of the shipping there, then the weather threw everything at us, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, this is Florida. You know, I come on holiday here. Unbelievable. It was like an English April day, wasn't it? It was heavy rain, there was light rain, there was mist, there was drizzle, and there was a little bit of sun even, but not much.
Yeah, it was, I must admit, I came here for a couple of days off. It's just like being at home, but slightly warmer. Still a good chance of getting trench foot, to be honest, but that's not so good. But the racing action, incredibly close. We'll talk about the top class here, the fastest class in the GT3s. Initially, a five-way battle.
Well, it certainly was, and then we lost the Lamborghini, of course, and then ultimately, I think when I came back on the pit road this morning, I knew it was a two-way battle, and it went right to the end, and let's not forget, but for that 2-minute penalty, that would have been a grandstand finish. They would have been only a few seconds apart, and who knows what would have happened, but two German brands, you know, beating it out, and you know, Winky really was a star. I think he put in so much hard work in the number 18 Audi, and congratulations to him. And all that, as you heard Manuel Reuter say, a very new team, only been running for 3 years, against a very established team that really know this series well, with the Renault brothers doing a great job. But in the end, you know, they just got pipped for going through that red light, and it made all the difference in the end.
But in the early running, we saw the local team, even though of course they're based now in the Europe. The local team with Charles Espinal, Charles Putnam, Shane Lewis, and Joe Foster. Three of them who actually met here at Sebring. Charles Espinal, who was of course an instructor here, they took the lead for a few laps as well.
Yeah, and then Charles threw it off, you know, which is completely unlike him. You know, he's so experienced, and so that put the CP Mercedes out. And in fact, the other Mercedes also had an incident that was in the lower class. So yeah, CP would have been in there at the death, I think, if it hadn't been for that incident. But it just points out, Nick, how difficult the conditions were. I mean, this is such a tortuous racetrack. Okay, there's no elevation change, but there's all the bumps in the world, and it's a very, very tough track. And, you know, of course, it took a lot of casualties.
Yeah, I mean, the weather didn't help anybody. Of course, you have limited practice, of course, because the car's arriving late, and then, of course, we start the race in very wet conditions, and that really threw drivers straight into the lion's den.
Yeah, it does. So, of course, we also had the interest of the BMW, with the new BMW running for, well, only the third time, I think, and this was a big test for it. They had a few problems because they got shunted up the rear very heavily, and that put them off their program to a degree, but it was great to see drivers like Bill Oberlin and Robbie Foley working, you know, with the two youngsters, Max Hessler and so on.
In the end, it came down to a two-horse race. This is the horse that won, the 18 Rutronic Audi. We chatted to a few of the drivers. It's a tricky little machine, very powerful, normally aspirated, 5.2 litres, but mid-engined and known for being a little bit snappy. Not what you want in mixed conditions at Sebring.
I think you're absolutely right. I just had a little walk around the car, see how much dings there were. Just the left front, there was a little bit of a nick out of it, but I think all the team did very well. And of course, you know, you got out of semi-amateur drivers like Elie Earhart and Sven Herberger, and then of course, you know, very much an amateur, the Austrian Michael Doppelmayr, but they all kept it on the island. That's what it was all about. They kept out of the pits a lot, and with Manuel Reuter sort of managing it all, did a great job.
And the runners-up, of course, were the Herberth team, the 91 car. Now, they're actually also runners-up to the podium ceremony. They still haven't turned up. No, we're still missing the port. So we've now got... Can we fill for as long as they were behind? So we've got to try and fill for a 2-minute penalty. We can do that. But that was the 91 car master, of course, of the Creventic tactics. But they didn't have quite as many Code 60s to work with, did they, Andy?
No, they didn't. But another thing I reflect on is how extraordinary that a 911 Cup car could finish in the top 3 of a big international race like that. That was a great performance, and then obviously TCR was a big battle as well, a GTX for a while, but obviously the Renauers, they run a very good team, and I know they're disappointed. They definitely feel they were unfairly treated. You get that 2-minute penalty. They went through a red light, and they admit that, and Robert admits that. So at the end of the day, it made the difference, really.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not overly sure. If you go through a red flag, it's kind of like the number one thing you learn. I mean, I've done an ARDS test and that sort of thing. You go, that's the flag where you stop and don't go past.
Yeah, I think there was a bit of confusion, wasn't it? Because they'd fueled up, and then the race had been red flagged, and they didn't really know what to do. But I think if in doubt, you stop, don't you? And if in doubt, they didn't stop, basically. And that, would it have cost them a race? It would have been very, very close. I mean, maybe there would have been a bit of a different driver rotation at the end, because remember, the 18 didn't put Winky back in the car at the end. And they were confident they could keep ahead of the Herbert Porsche. But a great way to end this season. Creventic done a great job to make it all happen. And this is a 3-year deal, so hopefully we'll be back here next year, Nick. But it's quite hard work, isn't it, running up and down this pit lane?
It's a long way. Actually, running down from the pit lane is 3/4 of the Herbert team, so we're 3/4 of the way to getting this podium ceremony started. Luckily got floodlights, because it's going to be dark before it's finished. Can we start? They're just there. Yes, we can. I may need you again. Okay, everybody, it's time to get the podium ceremonies underway for the first rally of the Hankook 24 Hours of Sebring. And in 3rd place overall, it's the 955 Willy Motorsport by Heavy Motors Porsche 911 of Fabrizio Bloghi, Sergio Nicolai, and Sabrina Di Castro. In 2nd place, hopefully they got their hats. Have they got their hats? In 2nd place, it's the 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche 911 GT3R of Ralph Bonn, Daniel Alleman, Alfred Renauer, and Robert Renauer. And your winner of the inaugural Hankook 24 Hours of Sebring is the number 18 Rudtronic Racing by TCE with their Audi R8, resplendent just in front of us. And that is Michael Doppelmayr, Markus Winkelhock, Ella Earhart, and Sven Herberger. And now for the national anthem of the winning entrant. And to present the trophies to our top 3 finishers, we have Wayne Esther, the CEO of Sebring, and Giulio Rizzo from Hankook. And we'll start with the 3rd place team, who are on the left, which of course is Fabrizio Bloghi, Sergio Nicolai, and Sabrina Di Castro. And in 2nd place, Herbert, it's Ralph Bonn, Daniel Alleman, Alfred Renauer, and Robert Renauer. And your winners are Rutronic Racing, and it's Michael Doppelmayr, Markus Winkelhock, Ella Earhart, and Sven Herberger. So congratulations, gentlemen. You can hold your trophies high. No, high trophies first. That's it, wave them all. And now, the champagne. Run away.
Let number 3 go off.
Yep. Okay.
Nur Champagner.
Thank you, gentlemen. If the first two, so if Herberth and Rutronic, oh no, we're going to have a team gather up photo first. Big gather up. Oh, thank you for that. Big gather up photo. Team picture or top 3 picture. There's some very timid people around the corner there. Shove up, as we say. Closer, closer, closer. There we go. Okay. So if Willy Motors can leave us temporarily. So now we have the podium for the GT3 cars. And of course our winner in GT3 was Rutronic, and our second in GT3 was the 91 Herberth. Oh, 92 there? And we don't have the 92. So what we'll do is we'll go straight to the trophy awarding part of things. So in third and second were Herberth Racing. So to present the trophy to Herberth Racing for both the 92 and the 91, it will be Wayne and Julio again. And the overall winners of GT3, of course, the overall winners. Second place first. A lot of trophies.
Die sind eh schon am Stinken.
And the winners stay on. You get more trophies. I hope you can get those in your hand luggage to fly back home again. And the excellent news is we can hold these trophies up. So you need both hands there for the 92 and 91. And well, there's more champagne now, so knock yourselves out. Okay, the next ceremony will be the overall podium for the TCE. So we need to do all sorts. We need to move this very lovely Audi and replace it with another very lovely Audi, and change the various what are they called? Plaques. Andy, help me fill the gap. It's always good to have a respected professional involved, and that's Andy. So as we change the cars over, take a few seconds before we can start the announcements. So the TCE class, Andy, it was another well-fought battle, but the eventual winners with the Audi TCR car, which had been there or thereabouts the whole time.
Absolutely. I mean, it was a good battle. It was pretty close, but what a great day for the Four Rings, winning both of these categories. This could be the longest podium session ever.
We'll be here for a while. There are many cars that come across and lots of champagne. Obviously, I hope somebody's steering the other Audi, so the black Audi needs to go off. What we don't want is a massive insurance claim.
Well, we certainly don't want that. I'm not sure how they're going to do this. Oh, they're going to push it out hard. Right. No, they've got a plan. They've got a plan.
There's always a plan.
Interestingly, I see in the 18 car, they've still got Pierre Caffer's name on it. He's obviously driven this in the GT Masters or the Nürburgring or something.
I drove it in the last 24-hour series race.
That's right, that's why they haven't changed it. Well, you would have thought they'd change it, wouldn't you?
It's here in spirit.
Right, okay. It was Pierre Caffer, if I remember rightly, won the Sebring 12 hours.
Probably did, yes, with his Audi time.
It's the biggest win of his career, actually, yeah.
And we have the new Audi in place. So now, thank you for your time there, Andrew. It's now time for the overall TCE Championship Awards, and in third place, it's the 112 Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Volkswagen Golf of Kari-Pekka Lakanen, Antti Burdi, Roberto Ferri, Fabian Dance, and Mikas Born. In second place, it's the number 1 Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Car Volkswagen Golf of Konstantin Kletzer, Emil Hardal, Fabian Dance, Jasmin Preisig, and Miklas Born. So double duty for a couple of the drivers there. But your winner of the overall TCE race was the number 188 AC Motorsport Audi RS3 LMS of Stefan Perrin, Mathieu Detry, Rick Breukers, and Matthew Taskinen. And now for the national anthem of the winning entrant. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is all. Not only is this the overall TCE top 3, it's also the TCR top 3. So they're all going to get a massive amount of trophies right now, given to them by Wayne Esther, the CEO of the Sebring circuit, and Giulio Rizzo from Hankook. Starting off with our third place finishers, the 112 Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power machine.
Hässlicher als ein halbes Auto.
So we got a lot of plastic handed out now. I'm sure when Wayne and Giulio volunteered for this job, they didn't know how much lifting and carrying they'd be doing. So these are the overall TCE trophies, and following that they'll have the TCR trophies as well. So we're only halfway through the trophy part of this procedure now. None of these people are going to get on an international flight because they've got far too much luggage now. Now we have the TCR class trophies as well, to the obviously the top three, which is AC Motorsport and the two Auto Armor Motorsport teams. I know Julia, there's a lot more to award. That's for the other hand. I know you're already working out how you can carry the trophies and open the champagne. That'll be the trick. Here we go with the final TCR class trophies to the 188 AC Motorsport. Gentlemen, can I ask you, lady, can I ask you to hold as many of the trophies up as you can at one time? It's a kind of all in the air. And now you can put them down and open the champagne. Extra ammunition. It's the advantage when your teammates turn up, you've got two shots. Oh, someone breaks something. You all kind of gather up in a kind of a frenzy of excitement for the photographers. Thank you. AC, in front of the car. A car-based photo opportunity. Okay, so the next class we will be awarding the ceremony to. It's the indicated spirit giveaway, isn't it really, with a very lovely Porsche 991 Cup class, the 991/2 Cup class as well. Just two people on the podium. And in second place, it's the 907 RPM Racing of Tracy Cron, Nicholas Johnson, Patrick Wiseman and Andy Lally, who are coming from an odd angle. Congratulations, gentlemen. And your winners, and welcome back to the podium, it's Willy Motorsport by EV Motors, it's Fabrizio Broghi, Sergio Nicolai and Sabrina Di Castro. And once again, to present the trophies, it appears to be, it's just Giulio. So he presents the trophies for the overall 991 class to RPM Racing in second place. And to our winners. Congratulations, gentlemen. Hold your trophies up high. And now make each other wet with champagne. Thank you, gentlemen.
Bring your trophies.
Enrico, Antonio, ma vieni qua, ci voglio giocare in mezzo. Vieni qua. Antonio, vieni qua. Lo fai dopo. Vieni su, tu mi metto giù, forza che sei. 1, 2, 3! Fa casino Sabino ci sente.
Okay, the next podium ceremony is for the GTX class, the special GT cars. And in third place, it's the 701 Vortex V8 with their Vortex 1.0. That's Philippe Bonnel, Boris Gimond, Sebastien Lejoux, and Steve Brooks. In second place, it's the MRS GT racing car number 987 with their Porsche 911 GT3 992 of Jeff Courtney, Alexander Mamaro, Omar Balixon, and Sebastian Moreno. And your winner of the GTX class with this fantastic Lamborghini, it is Leipert Motorsport with their 710 Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo of Greg Gorski, Gerhard Watzinger, Lance Bergstein, Almeida, and Kenton Cook. And here we go, Giulio, with the trophies for our third place team. Trophies for the Vortex V8 team. Next up, we have the trophies for MRS GT Racing with their brand new Porsche. And then finally our trophies for our winning car, the Lippert Lamborghini. Okay, one's not turned up. Congratulations, gentlemen. You can hold your trophies up high. And now attack the champagne. Lippert guys there. Lippert guys with the car. Can the Lippert, okay, can the Lippert guys stand by their car? They've stolen the number one. Sebastian Vettel-esque way.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. So the next class for the ceremony will be the GT4 homologated cars. And Andrew, the GT4s gave us a great fight the entire time, didn't they?
Well, they certainly did. I mean, it's been like that all through the race. So the different classes up. We only had, 23 cars starting, but in each of the categories, so it was super battle. So, you know, you can't ask for more than that. I think next year, I think there'll be a much bigger field here, don't you?
Oh, yeah, and of course, in this GT4 class, the disappointment for I think your personal favourites, which is the heart of racing, because you seem to be Ian James's personal sponsor.
Yeah, I've known Ian a long time, of course, and I certainly wouldn't sponsor him, mind you. But, no, I've known Ian a long time. He's done an excellent job, and you know, in the end, you know, just a crushing disappointment for them right at the end. Where I think it was a transmission problem, wasn't it? But, there we are. That's no British victory here, which we'd hoped for. There seems to be an awful lot of Italian and German cars, as far as I can see.
I think that's the way of the world in sports car racing. Okay, being wheeled in is your winner for the GT4 class, GT4 homologated classes. But in third place in GT4, it was Team ACP Tangerine Associates, Catesby Jones, Jim Norman, Josh Norman, and Ken Goldberg with their BMW. On the left. In second place, it's number 438, the ST Racing BMW M4 GT4 of Samantha Tan, Chandler Hull, John Miller, Nick Wittmeyer, and Bryson Morris. Not yet. Honestly, it's like a kindergarten. And the winner was a 470 Nola Sport Porsche Cayman of Matt Travis, Jason Hart, Anthony Noble, Alex Meyer, and Zach Anderson. And Julia will present the trophies again, starting with the third place. You're going to have tired arms at the end of this. Hope you're getting overtime. So third place first. There you go the wrong way. Julian, third's there. You should know by now, you've done so many. He's got trophy blind, everyone. He's done too many trophies. And the 5 trophies for the second place team. Here we come. And that's for our second place finisher, which was ST Racing. I'm very worried about how primed they are all with the champagne. This seems like it could be personal. And finally, the trophies for the winner. Just handing out the trophies to the second place team, Sam Tan's racing team, ST. And here we go for the winners, Nola Sport. There appears to be some planning going on. Okay, gentlemen and lady. Let's let Mr. Hankook clear the area first. We have trophies, and if you like, champagne in the air as well. We're now at a safe distance. Far away! Champagne it, come on! Thank you, Dylan. Can the Nola Sport guys go behind your car? Thanks. Well done, guys. Great driving. So if Nola Sport will go down. Oh no, we're not doing that. They're not doing it then, just going. Nola Sport in front of the car. Sorry about that. Someone's trying to. That was one of the worst attempts to steal a car I've ever seen.
Come on, guys, look happy. I'm happy.
Next up we have the TCX Special Touring Cars and Silhouette Cars. Oh, there we go.
Good job, boys.
Okay, you can now steal the car. Car can be stolen. It's the last time you're going to see it. My trailer is parked out the back. The very lovely Ligier JS2 being brought in. Okay, now it's the TCX Special Touring Cars and Silhouette Cars. And in second place, and by far the pluckiest team here, because they had nothing but adversity, it's the 278 CWS Engineering team of Colin White, Jean-Francois Bruno, Matt Rivard, Joe Burns, and Warren Dexter. Well done. I believe it's true that you can build an entirely new car from the bits you've taken off this weekend. It's in too many pieces. We haven't got a shopping trolley. But the winner is the 226 Nordschleife Racing with their Ligier JS2R. It's Guillaume Romain, Luca Ayali, Cedric Huot, and Michael Salenbach. Is it you, Julio? Hey! King of the trophies. So the trophies for the CWS Engineering team, and then we have the trophies for our winners. Congratulations, gentlemen. Gentlemen, if you could hold your trophies up high. Raise the trophies. And now, the champagne. And if you could, winning car, stand behind, winning driver, stand behind your car, or the winning car, stand behind your drivers.
You made a picture in front, huh? First the driver, then the rest of the team. Defense photo.
Stand behind your drivers. Well done, gang. Thank you indeed. Is that the end? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of our podium ceremony. Do not forget, if you are a competitor or a driver, we have another exciting presentation in the Hall of Fame, just down there, starting in about half an hour's time. And if you're a driver, there is a special gift for all of you. And apart from that, just remains me to say thank you so much for you being here. Thank you for everyone who's made this possible, which is mostly a selection of people driving trucks and carrying containers. Thank you to the Creventic, fantastic event. And remember, we will return at the beginning of next year, 13th, 14th, 15th of January in Dubai, for what promises to be a spectacular, Peter's promised me a minimum of 90 cars in Dubai for the traditional season opener. Don't miss it. It'll be on the internet, but hey, Dubai is a great place to go. They've got the World Expo. Come over to Dubai and see it. It's free to get in. Thanks very much. Thanks for watching. See you in January.
One championship, 8 races, legendary circuits, drivers from all over the world, one family, one passion, endurance racing. Welcome to the most professional endurance racing series for all drivers, amateurs, semi-professional and professional. Welcome to the 24-hour series powered by Hankook. Can you beat the challenge of 8 endurance races? Will you become the 24-hour series champion for 2021? This is endurance.